Okay. Hopefully no problems. Let's get this started. Now today, today's the last day of Lantern Rite, and I was a dumbass and waited to the damn end because my nerves got to me. I don't know why, but we are doing Lantern Rite all the way through, like every other event we've been doing. There is another cooking event, but I will wait to do that because that one actually is important, or sort of. Like, it's an event that involves, like, actual cutscenes with old friends, so I do want to stream that, but when all the days are out, of course. And then that will be later this week. Or that will be... I don't know when that will be, actually. Depending on my scheduling. Also, I will do Miles by the... I promised I would do Miles this month. I will. It's just gonna be at the end of the month. I will start it. And then I'll figure out plans for March later. Give me a moment to figure things out. I can get to the channel here. I'm pretty much getting ready to do all the, like, the hidden locations and stuff. And if I miss anything, I'll of course do what I always do and just link the videos I use in the description. Now, to get to the fun things, I don't think there are any hidden locations till day 3, so that's good. As you can see, I'm in Liyue, and Lantern Rite technically has begun by the lanterns in the air, but there's nothing on the stage, which is interesting. Now, this is the cooking event I was talking about. I'm probably going to do this later in the week, probably at the beginning of March. And then this is the event we are doing. I have Ga-ming. I missed my chance with Shenyun. I have Ga-ming though, and I'm gonna, hopefully after this event, I'm gonna hopefully pull Zhao. Anyway, let's get this started.
Ka-ching! And Charlotte! I never thought she'd see you two together.
Nice to see you again, Traveler and Paimon.
Oh, we're not interrupting anything, are we?
Not at all. I wasn't in the middle of an interview or anything. I was just asking Miss Kuching about purchasing a kite.
A kite? Are you buying some regional specialties to bring back to Fontaine?
Well, yes. And...
It seems you haven't heard yet. The theme of this year's Lantern Rite is kites.
Oh, so that's why Paimon has seen so many floating in the sky.
Liyue Harbor is always changing, so it is only fitting that Lantern Rite should change in turn. The Qixing believes it would benefit Liyue to build on our own cultural foundation by embracing the technologies of other nations. After all, it is said that the stones of another mountain may serve to better polish one's own jade.
Yeah, remember my business meeting with Tianquan Ningguang the last time I was in Liyue Harbor? That's what it was about. But all I really did was use my network to introduce Lady Ningguang to some interesting people. I'm not sure that quite counts as fostering cooperation.
In the end, we decided to combine Liyue's traditional art of kite making with Fontaine's mechanical vertical lifting device.
Mechanical lifting device? So sounds pretty impressive. But don't kites just use the wind to fly? Why would you need to add something mechanical?
Well, you've actually just answered your own question, Paimon. How high and far a kite can fly depends as much on the weather conditions as on the skill of the person holding the string.
But as soon as there's no wind, you can only flail about helplessly like a sweet flower medaka out of water. Experience doesn't matter at that point.
Exactly. Liyue is now a nation ruled by humans, after all. It's about time we had the power to make a kite fly, don't you think? Plus, the easier we can make it to enjoy, the more people will want to participate.
That's not a bad idea.
Right? I also thought it was a novel idea. Plus, it shouldn't cost much to do.
With Miss Charlotte's help, everything has gone smoothly. Our new mechanical kites are already available to purchase from a stall in the harbor. We're having trouble keeping up with demand. We also gave quite a bit of thought to the price. We didn't want it to be too much more expensive than a traditional kite.
Cool! Turns out you two and Ningguang like playing with toys just as much as Paimon!
Toys? They're not exactly toys.
You see, Miss Kuching? That does seem to be everyone's first reaction.
Although kites are one of our most time-honored cultural relics, outside of their use in certain ceremonies, I suppose they're considered playthings more than anything now. But to me, there's so much more than that. Think for a second about how remarkable it is that a flimsy paper kite attached to a string has the capacity to touch the sky. It is this light piece of paper that also carries the weight of Liyue's cultural traditions. There's an old poem that goes, "O kite born of paper, flying true in sound, a lone traveler wanders, just waiting to be found."
Teaching? I'm pretty sure you're supposed to finish that sentence. Send them love, send them word, send them homeward bound. Okay, that's weird that froze there.
In the past, poets from Liyue used kites to symbolize a feeling of longing, or evoke the peacefulness of idyllic rural scenery. If the people of today can derive enjoyment from this activity, they will not only be more likely to better appreciate the tradition, but also to pass it down to the people of tomorrow.
That's the Kuching we know, always thinking 5 steps ahead of anyone else.
Well said, Miss Kuching. I've learned quite a bit myself.
As long as you're willing to listen, I'm happy to share. I also know quite a lot about the various folk traditions related to kites. For example, whenever a kite blew away, people would say it was the Adepti that summoned the wind to take it away as an offering. That way, you can turn an unfortunate event into an auspicious one.
What about something more fun? Do you know anything like that?
More fun? Let me think. Oh, I suppose we should first talk about how kites are made. It's another one of our precious forms of traditional craftsmanship. My grandfather told me that, back when he was a boy, children learned the art of kite making step by step from their elders. First, you use the thin strips of bamboo to construct the frame. Then, you draw a design of your choice on a piece of paper, paste it onto the frame, and tie on the string. Then, you look towards the sky and release the kite to soar among the clouds. Some people write down certain names or desires on their kites, cut the string, and let them fly free. Others may place particular thoughts or meaning into the design itself.
Are certain designs associated with certain meanings? I'm gonna jot all of this down.
Well, for example, kites in the shape of a butterfly typically symbolize freedom, happiness, or the desire to break free.
Fascinating. What else can you tell me?
The scissored-tailed swallow is the most classic design. It symbolizes good fortune and joyful tidings. different colors also have small variations in meaning.
Are these commonly understood meanings and symbols in Liyue? Kind of like the language of flowers in Fontaine.
I believe so. Most have probably heard something about it from their elders at some point. If you're interested, Miss Charlotte, I have several books on the topic that I could lend you. They could be a useful reference.
That would be a huge help! Great! Looks like I've got the outline for quite the article on my hands.
Hope it goes well.
Perfect! We're gonna take a look around.
Then I'll show Miss Charlotte to my home for a little while. I almost forgot. The Ministry of Civil Affairs is hosting a kite flying contest on the night of Lantern Rite. If you're interested, you're more than welcome to bring a kite and participate. The rules are simple. Whoever flies their kite the highest and furthest within the time limit will receive a special honor along with a secret prize.
I've already prepared more than enough empty film for the event. I can see the spectacle already.
We'll be there.
Oh, Paimon was on board the moment you said secret prize.
Then I'll look forward to seeing your performance.
You bet! See you then! Wait, Traveler? Take a peek to your right. Do you see those two people lurking over there?
Yeah, I see them.
Is it just Paimon? Or were they staring at us the whole time we were talking to Kuchin and Charlotte just now? They seem fishy.
The Chiching do attract a lot of attention.
Huh. Well, yes, but something's up. Paimon just has a bad feeling. Do you think they could be treasure hoarders? They always seem to be stirring up trouble during Lantern Rite. Oh, Paimon's sick of waiting around for something bad to happen. We should strike first, you know. Foil their plans before they even begin. You go right, Paimon will go left.
Wait, Paimon. Oh boy.
Oh.
It is with such an air of urgency that you appear before us. Your comportment suggests you believe us to have committed some heinous crime. Perhaps you could enlighten us as to your intentions.
Whoa, where did this fuddy-duddy come from? You should be the one doing the enlightening, buddy. Don't think we didn't notice you eavesdropping. One look and we could tell you were up to no good. Tell us everything, starting with your name.
One bears no secrets before two such as yourselves. You stand in the presence of the mighty and illuminated Adeptus, Moon Carver. For the purpose of this foray into the mortal realm, however, you may address one as Hojong.
You kidding? That deer's got his head stuck so far up in the clouds, there's no way he'd humble himself down here with the rest of us.
You may want to hold your tongue, Paimon.
Don't think that Paimon is gonna believe you just because you know her name. Let Paimon guess. You're supposed to be Mountain Shaper, right?
Indeed. Mooncarver and myself have descended upon the mortal realm for a visit. The two of you may call me Jiahu.
Oof. Freaking oof to their designs. So much for having, like, eventually all the Adeptus being playable. We'll probably get Madame Ping in her true form eventually as playable, but right now, besides Zhao, which he's an Adeptus, but he's different. So far, right now, the only playable Adeptus out of the 4 that we know is Cloud Retainer. And it looks like she's gonna be the only one for a little while before we get Madam Ping. Which is very disappointing that these are their human forms, because people were expecting grandiose forms for Moon Carver and Mountain Shaper.
Huh. Looks like you did your research. But in our experience, the harder you try to lead us on, the more likely it is that we've got a big fish on our hands. We'll go straight to the Millilith and have you arrested for impersonating a Adepti!
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
If you really are who you claim to be, perhaps you can prove it.
Right! Tell us something that only an Adeptus would know. And it better not be some common knowledge that any person on the street could tell you.
During the last Lantern Rite, we gathered at Mount Hulao with Rex Lapis and made use of Cloud Retainer's supreme cuisine machine to prepare bamboo shoot soup. Perhaps you have some recollection?
I actually remember that. I remember that.
The flavor of that soup was more than enough to whet one's appetite. As such, Cloud Retainer assented to my use of the device beyond that singular occasion, providing other recipes to boot. Since then, one has dabbled in the pleasures of the culinary arts whenever time allows.
Dabbled? Upon one's last sojourn to your mountain, did you not immediately attempt to hide the device behind a chunk of amber as soon as one's presence was known?
Did one not speak up on your behalf but a moment ago? This is how you choose to repay that kindness?
One is simply trying to emphasize the veracity of our claim.
That does not mean you should reveal personal matters so readily. They might think one bears no difference from Cloud Retainer. Forget it. One does not have the breath to waste on such petty trifles.
I suppose they really are the Adepti.
That might have been more detail than we needed. Seems like you two are the real deal, and Paimon's sorry for suspecting you. But, for beings as forgiving as yourselves, this is just water under the bridge, right?
Take it as a compliment to the quality of your disguise. Few people will be able to see through it.
You indeed have an agile mind. Cloud Retainer was not mistaken in her high estimation of you.
Paimon's still curious about something. It's just... Paimon can understand why Mountain Shaper is here, but why did you decide to come to the city, Mooncarver? It's not really your thing, is it?
It is but an inevitable eventuality. Long have the mountains remained strangely idle since Cloud Retainer's move to Liyue Harbor. With Lantern Rite near at hand, one would expect Cloud Retainer to provide us with an account of the festivities in advance. Yet to this day she has failed to appear.
Cloud Retainer is hardly the forgetful sort.
One must never rest idle in the face of that which demands action. And since our acquaintances dwell in Liyue Harbor, we had to travel here in human form to avail ourselves of their aid, Cloud Retainers in this case.
But a moment ago, one heard you speak of a mechanical kite of sorts. It appears the essence of the situation has hitherto revealed itself. Now it is time for one to retire back to one's abode.
Huh. So, you're not looking for Cloud Retainer anymore?
Perhaps there are aspects of Cloud Retainer's temperament that remain opaque to young Paimon. Given one's understanding, one can only imagine the anger that now consumes her.
Cloud Retainer is of a proud and arrogant disposition. She holds the belief that her skill in mechanics surpasses that of all others. One can be quite certain it is hardly with an open mind that she regards the arrival of this new technology.
One surmises that she has shut herself away, refused all company, and buried herself in the study of her own creations. To call on her would only invite her rebuke. However, if you do happen to cross paths with her over the next few days, do pass along one's regards.
Sure, leave it to us. Have a safe trip back, enjoy the scenery, and happy Lantern Rite!
Thank you for your kind words. We shall now depart.
We got all worked up for nothing, huh? All that trouble and it turned out to be people we knew all along. Well, it's still pretty early. Let's head over and check out the kite stalls. Paimon wants to see what kinds of kites we can buy to use in the competition. The bigger and prettier, the better.
Now I will bring up, there's only like 3 minigames. 2 of them get unlocked after like you finish the part in Liyue Harbor, and then the third one gets unlocked after you finish the first day. All of them are very easy, so I'll probably do them after the first day and then just shotgun through the story, because yeah, all the events are really easy to do. All the minigames. They really focused on the story more than anything, I think, because it is the introduction to Ga-ming. Let me actually check something. Yep. Also, they still don't have the dude up yet. Also, there's 4 days to this event, not 3, which is interesting. The third day, I believe, has hidden locations. I don't know if the 4th day does, and then that's it.
Welcome! Are the 2 of you looking to buy a kite? Would you like me to go over the different designs?
Ooh! A scissor tail swallow! And a butterfly! And oh!
This jade chamber design is our newest. It's been selling like crazy over the past 2 days.
Does it also have a unique meaning?
Of course. The jade chamber symbolizes wealth and abundance. The kite bearing its design is said to bring riches in the future to those who fly it.
Oh, now that's Paimon's kind of kite!
I apologize for the interruption, but are all your wares in order, Miss Genuine?
Yes, they're just over there. The paper, bamboo, and dyes. All the necessary kite-making materials.
Wonderful! I'll pack them up and get a guard to deliver the goods to Yilong Wharf for you.
Yilong Wharf? Oh, wonder what that place is like during Lantern Rite. Paimon would love to go take a look.
Well, if the 2 of you are interested in going to Yilong Wharf, then could I trouble you to find Ga-ming and deliver these goods together?
Is Ga-ming the guard you just mentioned?
Yes. The communications office handles shipments and transports around Liyue. He works for the Secure Transport Agency, one of our sub-organizations. The problem is, many of my colleagues have taken leave during Lantern Rite to spend time with their families. So, our available workforce has seen a dramatic decrease recently. If you were willing to help out, then I could get a head start on my next appointment.
You do seem really pressed for time.
We'll help.
Oh, wonderful. You will, of course, be compensated for your efforts. Now, at this time of day, Ga-ming should be somewhere in the vicinity. Just follow the main road until you see the head of a Wushu dance costume. Should be on your right.
Be sure to come back if you'd like to buy a kite. I'll even give you a discount.
Oh, you know I'm buying the kites.
By the way, do you know my aunt? Everyone calls her Granny Shan. I've heard her mention Ga-ming before. Apparently he's a nice, outgoing fellow and all-around good guy.
Oh, I can't buy him right now. So, real quick, before I go talk to Ga-ming, I have explored the new area. I haven't done the world quest, so I don't have... You have to do the world quest to get this section unlocked. Haven't gotten all the teleport points yet. I got most of them. When you enter this area, it throws you into the world quest as soon as you enter the area in any way possible. Any way you enter it. And there's a unique cutscene that plays if you enter this area during Lantern Rite. Before you ever, like, say you never touch this area of the map. And it's like all blacked out still. If you enter it during Lantern Rite, while doing the story of Lantern Rite, when you naturally enter this area, Ga-ming will question where you went because you disappear and reappear because of the world quest makes you teleport. I already started the world quest, so that's not going to happen with me. But I'll link in the description of the video that shows what happens. It's just a unique little thing.
Wait, I thought we had an agreement. Loser buys dim sum tomorrow? Look at you. Scowl like that for much longer and your face might stay that way. Hey now, don't be upset. How about this? You extend the invitation, and I'll pay.
Shoutouts to the voice actor for Ga-ming. He's the same voice actor for the main male character in Honkai Star Rail.
No way, Ga-ming. You're always the one picking up the tab. I'm not trying to be a sore loser. I just didn't expect you to come from behind to win like that.
That was nothing. All in a day's work, friend.
Perfect! Ga-ming is here! Sorry to interrupt, Ga-ming. We just spoke to a guy from the communications office who needs you to deliver some goods to Ilang Wharf.
Oh, it must have been Longzhou. Looks like I've got work. Gotta go.
Sure, go do your thing. Let's have a rematch when you get back. I won't let you win so easily next time.
Alrighty, you can hand the goods over to me. Must have been heavy hauling them all this way. Let me take them off your hands.
It wasn't that bad. It's just some kite-making materials. Plus, we didn't have to walk very far.
Kite-making materials. I see. I'm glad it wasn't too much trouble, Paimon. Still, I owe you one. Ah, and you must be the traveler. It's nice to meet you. Thanks for your help.
Huh? You know us?
Who doesn't?
There probably aren't many in Liyue who don't. I've heard quite a bit about you two. You're quite well known around these parts. Oh, and please excuse Longzhou if he forgot to thank you. Take my thanks in his place. He's a good guy. He's just been super busy lately, running around from place to place. Don't be too hard on him, yeah?
No worries.
So, you here for Lantern Rite?
Yep. It's always so lively this time of year. We were actually hoping we could tag along to Ilang Wharf and have a look around.
Perfect! We'll go together then. I'm good with directions, so just follow me. Trust me, I know my way around. We can exchange stories, tell jokes, or just chat along the way. Oh, and there are a couple of good places to eat along our route. We can stop and grab a bite when it's time. The ingredients are fresh, the portions are generous, and the prices won't break the bank. You can order anything, and I promise, you won't be disappointed.
Order anything?
Paimon seems to be drilling already.
Hey, did you really have to call Paimon out like that in front of our new friend?
Don't worry, I understand. I joke around like that with my friends, too. It just shows how close you are. Do you need to pack anything up before we hit the road? I can wait.
Nope, our things are always packed and ready. We're pretty much travel experts at this point.
Oh, that's right. Then let's get going. If we run into any trouble, you can count on me to protect you. I am a guard, after all.
And here we go. This is the first event, or first minigame, second minigame, third minigame. Which this gets unlocked after you finish the first day. Also, I honestly don't know who to invite because I have all these characters. So I may get either another Ga-ming, because Ga-ming's not available right now, or another Shinsho. I think that's how you say his name. The one that got him. Because, considering he's actually pretty good. So, I'll have to figure out who I want, and I have to figure out quick. Which is most likely gonna be him, because, like, he's good. Even though I have Yelan already, he's not bad. Also, I have a feeling in one of the, even if we don't get a new area anytime soon, we'll probably eventually fill out this section of the map. Also, no way this is Natland, and no way Natland's over here. Something is going to be over here because of the coast, but I don't think Natland's going to be over here, unless Natland stretches all the way around the desert. I still believe Natland's down here, because someone said Natland's on the other side of the desert. They didn't really say opposite of Fontaine, but it would make the most sense if it's the opposite of Fontaine. Also, we'll probably get eventually a little bit filled out on this area, and then Naya will probably be up here, and we'll probably get the rest of Mondstadt eventually. Alright, I still need to do this stuff to finish up the mountain here. I might do that, but not right now. Lantern Rite. Wait, but for some reason it wasn't tracking. We'll start here. I think. Actually, no, we'll start here. Yeah, if you go here, pretty much the normal area is to start here, and then I got teleported already and started that whole thing. Before I do that, let me clear out this little group here.
Gotcha.
Look alive!
Is this an answer from this world?
And yeah, to switch to Yelan to make this faster. I think I actually started a few world quests already in this area. The puzzles seem to be kind of actually tricky to figure out.
No.
Ah, shit.
I didn't factor this.
Okay,
in.
can you stop freezing me? I can't. There you go. Can I not get frozen every 5 seconds? Jesus.
Come on out. Right here. Right now. Nothing lasts forever.
Scatter!
Shit.
Right here.
Oh my god. I can't.
Look alive!
Jesus. Come here, buddy.
Easy money.
Take it easy.
I honestly didn't mean to do that. That just happened. Heck, wait a minute, what is over there? Oh, that's at the back of that one mountain, I think. Has that, like, glowing, like, core in it or something. Yeah, if I didn't enter this area already, I would have been teleported. Yeah, the power of Fujin. I would have been teleported by Fujin, and then, Ga-ming would have wondered where I went.
Blinding sunlight is such a pain. No way I can get a nap in this weather.
Wait, sunlight? What the hell are you talking about, Yelan? Sorry to bother you. Let me get that off your back. Oh wait, did I pass where I was supposed to go?
Ooh, the docks are just a bit further. One step at a time. Hang in there.
Okay, Ga-ming. Oh hey.
Wait, get behind me. I'll handle this.
Also, yep, he does use this sword. He does use the same sword that, damn it, I used this move wrong. He does use the same sword that, Beto uses. At least on her splash art. I don't know if that's her actual signature claymore.
Quietly now.
Have a little taste.
Up to it, Manzai.
The wrong test.
Alley-oop.
Another test subject. That tingle.
Hey, what
Shit.
gives?
Ow.
Freeze.
Busted. Take it easy.
Spring forward.
The wrong test subject. That tingle.
Many happy returns.
Picked the wrong test subject.
Seems like we really can't go anywhere without running into treasure hoarders, can we?
Yeah, it's not uncommon for deliveries to get intercepted. That's why this job needs guards like us.
Paimon was impressed by your moves back there. You seem like a real pro at your job.
Oh, that's not a skill I learned on the job. It's just a hobby. Have you ever heard of wushu dancing?
I heard about it somewhere. I don't think so.
Really? Wushu dancing is famous in Chunyu Vale. Performers might be invited to promote the opening of a business or to spread good fortune during a holiday season. But I must admit, it has nothing on the popularity of the Liyue opera. I'm also well aware that people in Liyue Harbor aren't exactly jumping at the chance to watch wushu dancing. So, it's not something I do full-time.
Huh? You have 2 jobs? How do you have the energy to do all that?
It's not that tiring. You just have to take a rest.
Ah, Paimon gets it, so you must sleep a lot then.
Not really. Just yesterday, I stayed up all night playing cards.
Oh.
Let's go. The docks are just up ahead.
It has a lot of energy. Ah, shit. Playing with one hand at the moment. Ga-ming walks forward and exchanges a few words with a boatman near the docks. The next thing you know, he's called for everyone to board a bamboo raft.
Finally, we can rest. Ooh, Paimon's shoulders are so stiff. And her stomach so empty.
Sorry. Did I push the pace a bit too much? I mean, you were the ones who said you were travel experts.
Liyue is just too hilly. Floating up and down so much. Where's Paimon out? Oh, Paimon was finally satisfied and now her poor stomach's empty again.
Aw. Would you like some winter melon cake? I have some on me that I bought from a store.
Yes, Paimon will take all you got.
You might want to pace yourself there, or you'll be too full to eat a proper meal later.
Paimon never gets too full. Just like you apparently never get tired, no matter how far you walk or how many jobs you work.
Ah, I see. Then here you go, Paimon. And for you, traveler. Enjoy. And here's some for you too, Uncle Bosu. Don't think I forgot about you, my friend. I'll just set it to the side here for you.
Ga-ming seems like a real people person. He can get along with anyone and he treats every person he meets like a close friend.
That hit the spot. Paimon thought she was going to starve to death for a minute there.
That close of a call, huh? I've been eating winter melon cake ever since I was a kid. You can buy them from all sorts of places, whether it's a small vendor on the side of the road or a big restaurant in the city. But each place produces cakes with a slightly different flavor. If you like these ones, I can give you the address of the shop I bought them from. I'll just have to check when we get back. Oh, all my jabbering must be making it difficult for you to enjoy the scenery in peace, huh? Don't be afraid to tell me to zip it for a little while, okay? Really, I won't be offended.
It's okay. Paimon is kind of enjoying listening to your chitter-chatter.
Aw, a fed Paimon is a happy Paimon, huh?
Hey, Paimon can be in a good mood anytime she wants.
You slowly lose yourself in the beauty of the surroundings. That goes by way too fast. I think it's because I'm on PlayStation 5.
Woohoo! We're here!
Don't forget your things, and watch your step as you get off the raft, or you're in for a swim. Thanks for the ride, Uncle Bosu. You take care of yourself now. I'll see you some other time. Okay, follow me. This way is fastest. We'll have to take the elevator up to the secure transport agency.
I wonder if you can board the raft at any time. Or is that just for this? I'm gonna be playing with one hand for a minute, my other hand's gonna compromise. I believe you can get recipes from a shop here. I think from her.
Tea eggs and tea cakes, refreshing refreshments.
Yep. So if I seem to walk, like, my character seems like the camera acts up, it's because I'm literally playing with one hand, my other hand's gonna oof at the moment. clumsy, forgot where to go here. Ah, shit. There we go. I almost got crushed by this thing. Also, I'm gonna try not to get caught. You're supposed to. I'm coming up to a sneaking section. You're supposed to sneak around. And I'm gonna try not to get caught. If I do, I do. So. I did not know this was here.
A reward on the road.
Oh, this is sneaking with one hand.
Hey!
Is gonna be tricky.
Hey, slow down. I'm begging you.
What is it? No one's gonna try any funny business when the street is this packed, right?
Oh, that's probably gonna be something.
Oh, well... how should I put it?
Come on, spit it out!
Do you see that group of people over there? Those are my relatives.
Wow, you sure have a big family.
Once they start buying things, they won't stop perusing till it gets dark. This is bad.
They're your family, not your arch enemies. What's there to be afraid of? Unless... Oh, did you do something horrible to them?
No, it's not that. I'm just not that good at dealing with my family. It would be best if we could steer clear of them. I'll explain more when we have the chance, but right now, we've got a job to do.
Then we'll just have to sneak past them.
The left side looks pretty packed. Let's go straight. Slow and steady wins the race.
I'll link in the description the opposite reaction.
Let's wait here for a second. Maybe my aunt will leave.
She's gone. Let's go.
Turn left. Run! To the right and... Wow, you guys are good. I'm impressed.
That was nothing. It was a piece of cake. Oh, winter melon cake to be exact.
You really liked it, huh? Ooh, you know what? I'll buy you a whole bunch and pile them so high you can swim in them.
As long as you don't wind up drowning, Paimon.
Hey, Uncle Drugway. These are my friends, the Traveler and Paimon. They came to deliver some goods with me. So, I guess I'll go ahead and take these over to Uncle Yongzan then?
Yes, thanks for your hard work. I should thank you both for your trouble as well. Please take a seat and rest for a bit. I'll prepare some tea.
No need. We'll be off soon anyway.
Hey, we're already here, aren't we? No harm in taking a load off for a bit. Plus, I know the Secure Transport Agency has some great Songhua tea stashed around here somewhere. I promise you, one sip and you'll be hooked. Anyway, you just sit down and relax, Uncle Jirgway. Who would I be if I just sat here and let you go through all this trouble? Leave this to me. I have to be up and about to drop these goods off anyway. What's a little extra time on my feet? Oh, you aren't too picky, right, Traveler? I know Paimon prefers things on the sweeter side, so I won't steep the tea too long. And I'll add some dim sum pastries on the side.
Aw, you noticed what Paimon likes?
How long have you two known Ga-ming?
Oh, not long at all. We just kind of tagged along on his trip to Yulong Wharf. He's just a super welcoming guy. We became friends, you know, just like that.
That's just how he is. He's the attentive sort. Really knows how to look after his own. A while ago, one of our guards had to take off work. Said his joints were hurting due to the rain. Ga-ming personally went all the way to Boo Boo Pharmacy to get some medicine for him from Dr. Baiju, then traveled through the night to deliver it back to him. That young man has such a good head on his shoulders. How can anyone not love him? I mean, there is his dad, but, well, ask anyone else.
Uncle Yongzan says he doesn't have the personnel to spare for this delivery right now. So what do you think, Uncle Jirgui? Should I go ahead and deliver it instead?
It feels like we've troubled you enough already.
It's kite-making materials, though. Could be for a kid. I'm sure the sender wants it delivered before Lantern Rite. Oh, by the way, here, have some tea.
All right, then. Deliver it if you want to.
Ooh, are you free in 2 days? How about we grab some dim sum from Liyue kiosk? My treat, and don't even think about trying to pay.
Whoa, that's way too generous of you.
Don't mention it. Just think of this as a thank you for all your help. Besides, the thing between me and my family, it's a long story. It might take some time to tell.
Sounds good. Paimon never says no to free food.
See you at Xinyun. I say this wrong. Xinyun kiosk then.
Alright, then I'm off. See you in 2 days. Oh, and Paimon, make sure not to eat too much before then. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Is he underestimating Paimon? She's just gonna have to show him how much she can really eat. Anyway, is Ga-ming's family situation really that complicated? He has such a happy-go-lucky personality. Plus, he's an enthusiastic and diligent worker. It's hard to imagine a guy like that being troubled by much.
How should I put it? Since he already plans to tell you himself, you don't need an old man like me to add my 2 cents. You seem to be around the same age, so you might have a lot in common. Perhaps you could help him talk things through. Consider it a favor to me.
I'll try.
If you have the time, maybe you can make a little flag for us to wave about. It can say, "We provide aid in spades." Couldn't hurt to advertise our services, right?
Well, I can certainly arrange that. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
Wait, seriously? Paimon was just joking, but if you're going to get us something, she'd much rather have wintermelon cake instead.
That face.
Seems like Ga-ming really has rubbed off on you. Would you like some more tea? I think there's some left.
No thanks. We came all this way and still haven't gotten a chance to look around the wharf. We should see the kinds of kites they got. Maybe they'll have ones you can't find in Liyue Harbor.
That's not a bad idea.
All right, then. Please do let me know if you'd like more tea. You're welcome to stay as long as you like. Ga-ming is a good kid. I just wish he could reconcile with his family. You're around the same age, so he might listen to you. Please talk things through with him.
Wait, what's that guy's name? Dip. Nice. I did not mean to climb that. Oh yeah, I did end up completing that side, little world quest.
I never knew how awesome it is in Chenyu Vale.
Hello, dear guests. Is there any work that you need done?
Ah! What are you doing here?
The way you speak, one might have presumed you were displeased to be in one's presence.
Greetings, Shenyun.
Take note, Paimon. You could learn a thing or two about how to respect your elders.
I believe... Okay, so I started this on a separate account as well. I don't know if I had both of those options when that... I think I just had Clown Retainer when I, on that account, because I didn't do the story quest beforehand.
Ugh, starting on the elder stuff already, huh? Shouldn't you be back in your cave tinkering away at some kite-related thingamabob or something? What brings you out here?
She has a house now.
What's that huge box next to you? Ah! Paimon gets it. You're here to do some shopping, aren't you?
And what of it? The Qixing's decision to integrate Fontanian technology into said kite-flying competition is of no consequence to oneself. Did you expect one to willfully compete against the whimsical trends of worldly sentiment, or perhaps even fall to petty sulking over such?
It's not that we think those things exactly. That's just what Mountain Shaper and Moon Carver told us. Or Tia something and Ho. Paimon can't be bothered to remember what their aliases were called. Anyway, they went to Liyue Harbor to look for you. They even asked us to pass along their regards if we ran into you.
Oh, huh.
Tianyun?
Huh.
Did she forget about them?
It appears time has quite flown since one's arrival in Liyue Harbor. How could one have forgotten about those two old fossils? One shall have to bring them back some divine herbs to atone for this slight. Nay, given that one has ventured all this way to Yilong Wharf, tea would be more advisable. A great thought has illuminated one's mind once again. One is reminded that certain purchases have yet to be made. Perhaps you two could wait here whilst one performs this task. It'll be but a moment.
Her attitude's so different now.
Wait, here? You really just gonna ditch us here to watch your stuff? Oh, that woman really just does whatever she wants.
I honestly love her new person, like her grown personality, because I used to be annoyed by how she was back in the beginning of Liyue. But the way she's grown, especially as she's Shenyun now, I love it. I love her personality. Her story quest made it even better. Let me go see what she's up to.
Hey, not you too, Traveler! Oh, all this Paimon ditching is super not appreciated. Just come back soon, okay? Paimon doesn't want anyone to try and steal his stuff.
Welcome. Please have a look around. We only sell teas of the finest quality, sourced directly from Chaoying Village. Might I recommend the Songlo variety? It's one of our specialties.
Now, that sounds promising. One will bring some back for those old fossils, and all will be well. 2 boxes will do.
Wonderful. By the way, we're actually running a special Lantern Rite promotion. Buy 3 boxes, get 10% off. 4 boxes will net you 20% off.
20% off 4 boxes. This merchant strikes a fair bargain. One might as well give some to Morax and Ping, too. Then 4 shall suffice.
I see. Are you intending to give these as gifts? If so, perhaps I can interest you in these exquisite gift sets. Buy 10, get half off. Look at the magnificent design. And the red ribbon gives quite the festive flair, don't you think? Such a gift would be sure to impress any lucky friend or family member.
Oh boy.
10 boxes. Seems rather excessive. But if one factors in the conqueror of demons and one's disciples...
10. A nice round number, don't you think? Of course you do. I'll even shave a little extra off the price for you.
Ah, shit. 1 sec. Jesus. That was unexpected. Well... 1 second, guys. Well, that's... doesn't look great. Also, I do apologize. Okay, I apologize for the wait there, and I do apologize for not streaming in 2 weeks. That is on me. Like, I had some stuff to do, but there's some days I just, like, my nerves got the best of me. Also, this man does not know he is swindling an Adepti right now. Also, that's interesting that she's, like, bringing up, Zhao and that as ideas to give T2. Also, I should be fine now. I should be able to use both hands now.
That is agreeable. I will have these boxed up then.
Of course, right away.
I see you have quite the eye for fine items, mademoiselle. Perhaps some of my wares might also be of interest to you. I'm a toy merchant from Fontaine. You'll get nothing but the finest and most intricate clockwork toys Mora can buy here. Each one sure to be a source of endless amusement.
Perhaps you could enlighten me then. When should said amusement be derived?
I mean, one of her apprentices is a little girl, so...
Well, that is, of course, best understood by playing with them yourself. If you could wait just a moment, I can bring one out and give you a demonstration.
That would be embarrassing, wouldn't it?
There is no need for that.
Mademoiselle.
Give me your newest and finest model, and be sure to package it securely.
Ah, of course. Here you go. The instruction manual is...
I can do without, thank you. Many watchful eyes surround this place. If one were to be spotted purchasing a mechanical toy such as this, a child's plaything no less, it would only invite scandal. There is no harm in bringing it back to study in secret.
Yep. Saw that coming. I should head back before Shinyu notices.
Oh, Shinyan! Did your shopping go smoothly?
Naturally. One may not delight in social interactions, but that does not mean one lacks said faculties.
Seems like Shinyun is easily swayed into buying things. That box looks fit to burst already.
And you too? Are you not here to purchase things?
We just haven't had time yet. It doesn't look like there are any kite stalls around Elong Wharf, but it does look like there are lots of goods from Fontaine.
You are also planning to participate in the kite flying competition, then?
Also.
One means to say, you along with all the other youths. One has been entreated to share one's kite-making expertise, and indeed, there was little one could do about such persistent supplication. One moment energetic and earnest, and dejected the next. One had no choice but to acquiesce to these requests, and thus, one will be organizing a kite-making workshop to provide personal instruction in this art form.
Oh, who will be participating then?
Shuyu, Shenhe, Ganyu, and Yayo.
It makes sense.
Wow, that's quite a few people. Also, this is all pretty well, Shinyun, but it's not like you have to make your own kite to participate in the competition. You can't just buy one ready-made and call it a day.
Ha! You speak of those equipped with the mechanical lifting device, do you not? 'Tis nothing but a crude piece of mortal machinery.
Yep.
The mechanism that one has developed was the fruit of millennia of meticulous study. Let us not speak of the source of the mechanism's power, but rather its structure. It is composed of materials as light as bamboo and as strong as iron. This composition grants it the lightness of weight to ascend into the sky and the durability to follow the wind for many a mile. It is built with a series of intersecting rods that...
Never mind. It is unlikely the two of you will understand, even should one expend the effort to explain. One is better off saving one's breath.
It sure seems like you want to talk about it, though.
So, will you be attending the workshop or not?
Huh? Wait, you've been trying to invite us this entire time?
Seems interesting. Also, of course, you would try to compete with Fontaine.
All right then. No need to prepare the materials in any case. One has it all sorted. Arrive at Mount Outsong in 2 days. I shall be expecting you around midday.
Are you leaving? Don't you want a guard to help you with that big box of yours?
Surely you jest. One goes as one pleases. For what reason would one need to rely on another?
Adepti power. Yep.
It can float? What kind of invention is that?
One calls it the floating toting device.
No shit.
Huh. She seems pretty proud of that one. Look at her walk down the street. She seems so confident, but everyone around her is looking at her all funny. Paimon wonders... never mind. But anyway, that box of hers seems to be full of those mechanical lifty thingamabobs. Not that Paimon was peeking or anything. She just, got a bit unsteady for a second and accidentally brushed the embroidery on top. And wouldn't you know it, all the stuff inside almost came bursting out. Paimon even went out of her way to keep it all together.
Ah, what will I do about you, Paimon?
All Paimon say is that Shenyun sure does try hard to save face. What did she call it again? A crude piece of mortal machinery? Paimon bet she just can't wait to take it apart and see how it's made.
That does sound like something she would do.
Totally. We should probably act like we didn't see anything, though. You know, in consideration of her feelings and all. After all, that is the propriety with which one should comport oneself. When it comes to an elder, right?
First day done. I want to check something. Can I talk to this guy? One second.
Don't miss out on our Lantern Rite promotion. Only the best tea sourced directly from Chaoying Village. May I recommend the Songlo variety? Buy 3 boxes, get 10% off. Buy 4, get 20% off. Buy 10, and you get half off.
Oh, he just repeats what he said to... Okay.
So that was a sale, somehow. Huh. What exactly are Liyue customers looking for anyway? Perhaps I should try running some sort of promotion.
Huh. He is so confused. It is cool to see, this is obviously the place of where Fontaine and Liyue trade a lot. Before I'm gonna check everything out real fast. So that makes sense why Fontaine in person would be here. I'm just seeing if there's like any hidden chests on these ships or something. Doesn't seem like it. There is something on top of the ship. Yep, all the way up there. That's not a concern right now. I do find that funny that there is a reaction that after you talk to him. Now there is something else I want to check. And that's the family. Wherever they are. I wonder if these, like, fish are gonna disappear. I know these stalls are gonna disappear because they're clearly part of Lantern Rite. Okay, you can't talk to these people. No, you could. She's like, so she's the first person. Minigame person. Even though these have like dynamic camera angles, like I said, this is just going into the minigame. This one is actually the minigame that you have to travel around to do. Yep. There is 5 of these. Oh god, it's somewhere I'm not even like... Okay. I guess I'm gonna start off by doing these ones. Do these ones first and then move on to the other ones. Now, if I did miss anything, I will probably just have to look up, or if there is, like, hidden locations of during each day, I will probably have, hopefully the video I link will have all the stuff I missed. Yeah, I thought so. Hopefully, I can do this. Whew, that actually was worrying because of how, like, my thumb was slipping off the thing. Or is it? There it is. hit the thing already. Okay, I did not hit that. Oh, this one is gonna be a little tricky to get to, I think. Maybe not. Nice seeing Fontaine from here. If I remember correctly, where are you? Where did Celestia go? It's like supposed to be right above, I'm pretty sure. I do not want to fight a robot right now. Shit. That's great. Oh great, it's on top of the mountain. Hello? Oh no, this is hole in the wall. That's not what I wanted to do. That scared the shit out of me for a second. It's always somewhere I haven't been yet. Also, I don't think Yelan, or there's like some characters that actually aren't a part of Lantern Rite this time around. Which you would think would be, like at least in the background. Like Ningguang or Beidou. Also, you would think every year that the previous characters would use their like Qixing and Ningguang, you would think they would wear their like newer outfits. I can't. Okay, that was very slow. You would think Ningguang and Qixing would wear their Lantern Rite outfits each year, but they don't for some reason. It's weird to me. Also, I have yet to find that goat wedding. At least that's what people are calling it. Ow. I will deal with that later. Can't mess that up, but it's fine.
Take it easy.
Okay, I was about to freaking mess that up. Now before I'm gonna actually go back over there because of the teleport point. All right.
The hero's valor ripples through his robes. His garments steeped in the spirit of the bamboo groves.
Also, I do like these little dialogues that they do now when you pull characters. Oh, I did not mean to activate that. Also, notice how his hair changes. He actually has, like, proper bangs. And then he also gets a little ponytail. His hair gets tied up into a ponytail.
The hero's valor ripples through his robes. His garments steeped in the spirit of the bamboo groves.
He looks nice. actually, with the sword and everything now. Now, before I do this next thing... Oh, wait, what is this? Alright, Lantern Rite. Lantern Rite gifts. That was someone's birthday. Okay. Let's try it. Let's try it right now. Damn it, I got freaking excited for no reason there. Ah, she doesn't get the dialogue. Ah, screw it. Yeah, there's like 4 days to this. And I think only day 3 has like, the post stuff. Because I think day 4 is like just extra. Hey, they have the statue out now. Which looks awesome. How many levels are there? A lot. Okay. All right. Alright, I have to get both of them over there. I was like very confused for a second. Okay. Okay, let's see. I keep hitting the wrong button there. Oh yeah, you can push them now. Let's see. I remember I did this. I wonder what... I did not mean to freaking do that. And to push it up. There we go. Okay. Hmm. There we go. There we go.
Navigating the world? A whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Oh, she's probably only around in the daytime. Oh, he did. I thought he had 4 arms. He doesn't, but that also looks really cool. Now this is a multiplayer one. Now this one's a multiplayer one. It's actually really fun. Now let me see. Where are the max points again? Ow. 6,000. I don't know how long this is gonna take, but hopefully not that long. Oh, I did not mean to activate that. Jesus, that person went flying.
Take it easy. Gutsy. Take it easy. No.
A 1,000. 5 more times?
I got a new letter.
Oh yeah, this is the one where you have to be careful.
We're way behind. Healthy body, healthy mind. We're way behind schedule.
Yeah, saw that coming.
Next on the agenda.
I had to be. I was a little mean there at the end. I was a little mean there at the end. 4 more times. And that turn again. Yeah, this one again.
Keep up. I'll bury you.
That was bullying.
Keep up.
That's bullshit. Three more times. People, of course, have the alternate outfits for Ganyu and, Shinna. I think this is the other one.
Take it easy.
Okay, that was very delayed. I'm getting hit by nothing. That's bullshit.
No.
There we go. Finally won one. Roughly 2 more times. I have to say, Yeti. Come on, it's gonna be nice.
Really?
What the hell? I didn't know I could glide.
No.
Really?
No.
That lag, though. I said to do it one more time.
you! Hey!
Is it necessary?
Stop that!
Okay. Ow.
Stop that!
How did I get more points that round? What the hell? I was getting bullied that round. There you go. All that's completed.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
There we go.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Thank you for Ad Astra.
There you go. Actually, I think I went a little too far in the time. Because they always want, like, 8 in the morning on these games.
I got a letter from...
Paimon has never had dim sum at Liyue kiosk before, but it should be quite the feast for sure. Ooh, and that's Paimon's stomach right on cue telling her it's time to go find Ga-ming. Let's go!
Making sure everything's all good before continuing. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. Huh.
Senua Kiosk, the place to go for classic Yue dishes.
Give me a minute.
Oh, you're here early. I just ordered. The food should be out in a second. Sit down, sit down.
Let's all take a seat.
Here, hand me your cups.
Oh, thank you.
Wait, you weren't supposed to drink that, Paimon. That was for you to rinse your utensils.
That's a thing?
As you talk, piping hot dim some dishes arrive at the table, one after another. And just when you think that all the dishes have been delivered, the hostess brings over a ginormous bowl of seafood kangi.
Wow, so much delicious food. Do you really eat all this just for breakfast?
I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. Give me a moment. Also pre-rendered, of course.
That's just how we do it where I'm from. Most of the time, though, I don't eat lunch after dim sum.
Oh, that's good to hear. Paimon doesn't need to worry about holding back then.
Eat, eat. If it's not enough, we can always order more. Oh, and there's tong soy coming as well. I don't usually have that in the morning, but, well, since everyone's here, I just had to order it. What about you, traveler? Is the food to your liking? Want some more seafood kanchi? Let me refill your bowl.
Jeez. I'd be happy to do it myself. That would be great, thanks.
Paimon's gonna take you up on that. Fill it up nice and full and make sure she gets a few extra shrimp. Thanks!
Everyone picks up their chopsticks and begins to dig in. Each dish tastes exquisite and is uniquely flavorful. You slowly start to relax as you enjoy pleasant conversation over a satisfying meal. This goes on until even Paimon can't eat another bite.
So full. That meal was so satisfying, it even gave Paimon some extra brain juice. Oh, listen. Paimon's figured it out.
Figured what out?
Let's think about this for a second, Ga-ming. You invited us to this awesome restaurant and ordered a whole table full of expensive dim sum just for the three of us. Well, you must be hiding the fact that you're some young master from a rich family. That would explain why you try to keep your friends and family away from each other.
Are you confusing me with Xingqiu?
Huh? You know Xingqiu? You sure know a lot of people.
Well, when you're on the road as much as I am, you hear all sorts of rumors. Sometimes they're true, sometimes they're not. What it comes down to is being able to tell the difference. More often than not, that means knocking on some doors to find out for yourself.
Oh, you truly are a man of many talents, young Master Ga-ming.
Okay, enough with the teasing. Sorry to burst your bubble, Paimon, but you're wrong about my family situation.
What? Oh, Paimon thought she was onto something there.
My dad is just an ordinary tea merchant. Small scale stuff, you know? It wouldn't even make sense to mention his business in the same breath as the Feiyun Commerce Guild. My dad... he always wanted me to inherit the family business. To be a merchant like him. But that's just not who I am. It's not who I ever wanted to be.
Ga-ming always seems so happy and carefree. This is the most serious I've ever seen him. This topic must be very important to him.
Have you ever talked to him about it? You know, about your interests and aspirations and stuff.
Of course I have. I told him I wanted to be a wushu dancer. That I wanted all of Tevat to see what I could do. According to my dad, though, that wasn't a real job. Just a child's pipe dream.
Oh, that's terrible.
I'm sure he thought I would come around eventually, but wushu dancing has always been the only thing I wanted to do. One day, he tried to get me to visit some other tea merchants to start building the right relationships, but I refused to go. We got into a huge fight. We were this close to throwing hands. In the end, I was so angry that I ran away from home. I haven't been back since. Don't get on my case just yet, okay? It's not like I think I'm completely without fault. No, I know that it wasn't the right way to go about things. But my dad's stubborn. No matter how hard I tried to convince him, it just went in one ear and out the other. There was no changing his mind. I knew talking would only get me so far, but if I made it big in Liyue Harbor, the results could speak for themselves.
Ga-ming.
But I'm sure you both already know how that's going. Wushu dancing's just not that big in Liyue Harbor. In the past, I would go door to door from store to store, asking if they would be interested in hiring a performer. Most times, I wound up eating nothing but humble pie. And you can't just rely on dreams to put food on the table, right? So, I found a job as a guard to make some money. And now I have enough to get by and then some. Still, change takes time. Gotta take it slow, you know?
Paimon understands.
Okay, enough of all that serious talk. Our tea's getting cold. Ooh, let's do something fun this afternoon. What do you say, huh? I'll organize.
Actually, we kinda already have plans this afternoon. We told Xianyun that we would go to her kite-making workshop.
Oh?
Are you interested in kite-making, Ga-ming?
Oh, no. It's just that I happen to know Auntie Xianyun.
Auntie Xianyun, huh?
That title certainly humanizes her a bit.
Oh, I know that she's an adeptus. I met her during a delivery once. But hasn't she been in the city lately? She's even tried, with some limited success, to change her terms of self-address or something like that. She came to see me a few days ago to ask about luminescent dyes. Oh, wait a second. She doesn't plan on putting those on a kite, does she?
Is that not something you can do?
It's one thing to use it on cloth, but applying it to paper is another matter entirely. Why couldn't she tell me what she wanted them for?
Yeah, she does seem to have trouble with that sometimes.
It would be such a shame if everyone worked so hard on their kites only for them to get ruined in the end. Okay, I'll go with you. If Auntie Xianyun wants to use those dyes on a kite, the formula will need to be changed.
Great! The more the merrier!
Day 2. Been a while since we've seen Liyue.
Friends.
Ganyu!
Oh, I have some mint oil. Perhaps we should try that. A guest at Ga-ming restaurant recommended it to me. I've tried it. Its stimulative effects are much stronger than what can be achieved from chewing on mint leaves alone.
Oh my god.
Apologies in advance.
Oh.
Wait! Shenhe! Not there!
You see Shenhe take out a small green bottle, extract some minty smelling liquid, and apply it to Ganyu's horns. Yeah, and Paimon look on in shock, mouths agape, but cannot stop her in time. I'm guessing her horns are sensitive, because I don't remember any other time she talks about her horns. I think in her character story, but it's been a while.
See? It worked. She's awake.
Are you okay, Ganyu? Do you need some water? Or maybe something to eat?
I'm fine. I just feel chilly all over.
Huh. Was it that effective?
Chilly, huh? Master always says a cool head leads to a calm heart. So, does this mean that heat's what we need to help you, Ganyu? Paimon doesn't think that's what the expression means exactly.
I feel a bit better now. Was I asleep? Must have been around the time I usually take my midday nap.
Did you not sleep last night? That does seem to happen to you often. Perhaps you should come work at Ga-ming restaurant with me. We get off at 10 on the dot every night without fail.
I could never. I'm sorry. I seem to have missed your name. You are...
Me? My name is Ga-ming. I work as a guard for the Secure Transport Agency.
Ga-ming. The name sounds familiar. I believe I've heard your name mentioned around the Ministry of Civil Affairs. People tell me you're an extremely enthusiastic worker, and you are very generous with your help.
Well, you know me. Or, I guess you don't.
My name is Ganyu. This is Shenhe, and this is Yao Yao.
It's an honor to finally meet you all. Oh, you must be here for Auntie Xianyun's kite-making workshop, right?
Yes. I have neither made nor flown a kite before. As long as Master is willing to teach, I am willing to learn.
Me too! I want to participate in the kite flying competition with my best friend! Plus, it's more meaningful if you make the kite yourself, right? Your best friend didn't come with you? Well, Chi-Chi's been super busy helping Dr. Baizhu lately. I'll meet up with her later and give her a huge surprise.
I find that very interesting that her best friend is Chi-Chi. Like, I wonder how that interaction happened.
Oh, I also brought bandages and ointment with me today. It's easy to cut yourself when working with bamboo, so I thought I should come prepared.
Wow, you're really thoughtful.
As for myself, I'm afraid I lack some of my companion's enthusiasm. I was originally planning to buy a ready-made kite and just enjoy the festive city atmosphere with everyone. But Cloud Retainer is always going out of her way to look after her juniors, wanting us to have the best there is. She always puts us before herself. It was so thoughtful of her to arrange this workshop, so I simply couldn't let such consideration go to waste. My motivation for being here might be a little different, yes, but I'm ready to put in just as much effort as everyone else.
Well, we're all here, but where the heck is Xianyun? Shouldn't she be here by now?
Who is it that speaks of oneself in such an ill-tempered tone?
Oh, come on! You clearly heard Paimon!
Master stopped to buy grilled tigerfish to share with everyone. Come get it while it's still warm.
Hey, Shuyu.
Oh, Paimon, sorry, Miss Illuminated Bird! Paimon always knew you were the smartest, coolest, and prettiest Adeptus. Someone as wonderful as you is sure to have brought enough for Paimon as well, right?
Her eyes. Cloud Retainer sets down her bags while Shuyu hands out the grilled fish. As everyone begins to talk, lively conversation fills the usually tranquil environment of Mount. I forgot how to pronounce that.
So delicious. Paimon's life is complete.
It appears that we've ended up with quite a few participants indeed. Go ahead and divide yourselves into small groups. The materials are over here. The regular dyes and luminescent ones have been clearly marked. Use them as you see fit. As for how to make the kite, one assumes you all made sure to listen to the instructions one provided while we were eating. Yes? Are there any questions?
Paimon may have focused a little too hard on the eating and less on the listening.
I'll be the one making it anyway. You can just help out.
Paimon knew she could count on you, Traveler.
One will wait under this tree and avail oneself of the cool air while one digests. Do not hesitate to seek one's company if you have any trouble, questions, or simply want to chat.
We're not in any hurry to get started. Why don't we go see what the others are up to?
Shenhe, it would be great if you could refrain from putting things on my horns from now on. They're really quite sensitive.
I see. My apologies. I shall remember that in the future.
Thank you. No harm done.
Good. Could I touch them just once more, though? No oil or anything this time. I've just always wondered what Miss Ganyu's horns feel like.
Huh? Please, I told you. Just call me Ganyu. Well, alright. Just be gentle.
Firm to the touch with no discernible temperature. Oh, not unlike certain medicinal plants I've eaten before. Oh, still, Ganyu appears to be shaking like a cat whose whiskers have just been touched. I should stop. I see. Then I'll apply the oil to your forehead next time.
Oh, no need. I'll just refrain from taking afternoon naps outdoors. Anyway, we should probably get started on our kite. It won't be long before Cloud Retainer comes to check on our progress. Perhaps we should just choose the most traditional style.
Okay.
Well, they seem to be getting along swimmingly. Let's not disturb them.
They're like sisters. They're definitely like sisters, which is nice.
The scissor-tailed swallow sure takes a lot of curved bamboo rods to build.
Ugh. It broke.
Well then.
Hey, Ga-ming! Want to team up?
Huh? But I have to participate? I thought I'd be done for the day after adjusting the dye formula.
You're that unenthused by kite making, huh? That doesn't seem like you.
No, it's not that. It's just... it would take too long to explain. I guess I'll just make one then. What shape should we go with? how about a butterfly?
The butterfly symbolizes the desire of freedom. Perhaps that's also what Ga-ming's searching for.
What do you think, Liyue? Is there a particular design you want?
I want a swanee!
That might be a little hard to pull off.
True, but I still want to try. They're super cute.
Okay, it's decided then.
I wonder how he got his vision.
Ga-ming, can I do the coloring?
Sure. I'll go ahead and make the frame for you.
Auntie Cloud Retainer, look! Am I doing it right?
Very good. Your frame is nice and sturdy. This...
Yep.
One is looking forward to seeing your finished product.
What color are you going to make it, Yao Yao? I haven't decided yet. If I make it blue, it'll be more like my friend. But if I make it gold, it'll be more like me.
If you are asking for one's own opinion, one would advise choosing gold. When giving a gift, the key consideration is the recipient's feelings, is it not? One imagines your friend would much prefer a kite that reminds them of you.
Oh, hey, I never told you the kite was for Chi-Chi. How did you know?
With age comes wisdom, child. One simply has a way of knowing things.
Oh, cool. Thanks, Auntie Cloud Retainer. I'm gonna start painting it gold right now.
Good. One will watch. You two seem strangely unoccupied. One was under the impression that one was supposed to be doing the relaxing. Is your kite finished?
Oh, we actually haven't started yet, but we're going to start, right now. We should get started on our kite now. Let's go. Once I get better at making kites, I'm going to make one shaped like Liyue. You gave him to me, and he's just the best.
One is pleased that you like the gift.
First, we have to decide on the shape. Hey, what are you laughing at?
The obvious answer is to make a Paimon-shaped kite.
Oh, that's not a completely crazy idea. If nothing else, a Paimon-shaped kite could at least make sure you never get lost on your travels and always find the tastiest food and funnest things to do wherever you go. Maybe we're not exercising enough artistic license. Ooh, we should exaggerate this a bit. How about this? The word Paimon means the guardian angel of travelers. Now, what expression should we give her, since the kite is going to be flying super high in the sky?
She should look pleased with herself. She should look afraid. She should look guilty about something.
Ooh, like this? Ooh. The title of Champion Kite Flyer is mine!
Yep, that's the one.
Now that we've decided, let's make it happen! It's done! Paimon has to say, Kai Paimon might even rival real Paimon in terms of cuteness. Now we just have to attach the string, right?
All right, gather around, everyone.
Oh, Shenyan's calling us!
everyone take a look.
Wow! Ganyu and Shenhe made a scissor-tailed swallow. It's so pretty.
Okay, I'm not in this shot, so I don't have to worry about screenshotting this because I already screenshotted it on another account.
Yep. The coloring makes it look a lot like Master.
If the tail wasn't split in two like that, it might even be a spitting image. If you look closely, there are a few spots where the colors go outside the lines. Did you doze off while painting it, Ganyu?
I did the painting. I stared at the paper for quite some time, but I simply could not recall the coloring of any bird. Except Master. Or should I say that I'm too familiar with her crane form? Even when she stands before us in human form, all I can see is blue and white.
Oh, well, now that you mention it, Paimon can see it too.
Exactly. So I simply closed my eyes and painted from memory.
No way. You can paint with your eyes closed? Wow, the disciples of Adepti really are something.
You are most filial, Shenhe. One is flattered by the likeness.
The Swanee that Ga-ming and Shuyu made looks very majestic. I'm sure it'll look even more impressive as it soars through the sky.
The eyes and ears glow in the dark, so you're sure to see it at night. Your golden finch is cute too, Yao Yao.
It's all thanks to Auntie Cloud Retainer's guidance.
What about your kite, Traveler?
Ta-da! Here it is!
Its self-important countenance bears a striking resemblance to that of its namesake.
It makes her look like she's already won the competition. Well, that's gonna happen one way or another.
Is that the Jade Chamber?
Oh?
The breeze.
Who dares attempt such a flagrant display of impropriety by releasing a kite into one's territory without one's permission?
Oh boy.
Oh, and to do so by making use of this crude piece of mortal machinery. One simply must know who it is that possesses such impertinence. Continue attaching the strings, everyone. One will be but a moment.
Cloud Retainer! Traveler, Paimon, could I trouble you to go after Cloud Retainer?
Master's going to be okay, right?
I'm more worried about the person who released the kite.
There's
Props to the.
Looks like we can glide over.
Props to them having Cloud Retainer actually turn into her crane form.
Now for the string.
Be careful, you two.
Master is not without her principles. We need not worry too much.
Of course, you have faith.
Please look after Master for me.
I hope the person who released the kite is going to be okay.
It's right there.
Yeah.
This Fontanian device of mechanical motion is quite curious indeed.
Oh,
now
boy.
is hardly an opportune time for your musings. Someone among us was not sufficiently attentive, and now the kite has vanished.
Calm yourself. Do you have any recollection of its last location?
One believes it drifted in the direction of Mount Outsong. Perhaps it is mere happenstance, but one feels a certain sense of dread at the thought.
Your concern is misplaced, surely. Cloud Retainer is either in the city looking after her disciples, or secluded in her abode attending to her research. She will not notice that kite. On the subject of said kite, however, one simply must remark on the genius of its windless lift technology. One cannot help but surmise that its ingenuity rivals that of Cloud Retainer's creations.
Oh boy.
Still thy tongue. If Cloud Retainer were to hear you profess such a thing, we can both say farewell to any further use of the Supreme Cuisine Machine.
One presumes that this kite belongs to you.
Huh?
Regard the situation with which we are now confronted. This is all your fault.
One's fault? One seems to recall that releasing the kite was no solitary endeavor. Say something, Mountain Shaper. Surely you can think of something to appease her.
Further explanation shall only fan the flames of her wrath. It would be better to stay silent and retire at the earliest opportunity.
We can hardly avoid her forever. That may suffice during Lantern Rite. But what about the Moon Chase Festival? Sooner or later, she will discover our true identity.
Hello?
Go retrieve the kite.
Absolutely not. You retrieve it.
That is not our kite.
Oh, so an adeptus such as oneself is mistaken then?
Oh boy.
Ah, you're an Adeptus? Please forgive us for any impropriety. I truly possess no
my
inkling
goodness.
of who could have released a kite into your esteemed domain. Pray, who could be responsible for such wanton behavior?
Verily, verily, we were but delighting in the surrounding scenery. This locale is home to such exquisite... mint! Well, and if that's all, then we'll just be on our way.
We finally caught up. You sure do fly fast in your illuminated bird form, Chinyan. Mooncarver? Mountain Shaper? What are you doing here?
Oh then.
You!
She...
Okay, now Paimon's getting a weird vibe. Did she say something wrong?
It is of no consequence. Long has one seen through their disguises. One was simply curious as to how long they would keep up the act.
Then you are not angry?
How could one feel anger at the sight of two old friends enjoying themselves? One is also well aware of how enticing these city novelties can be.
We were simply consumed by a fit of festive spirit. Seldom do we get the opportunity to partake in the delights of the times. However, we are far from being as adept as you in matters that require a deftness of hand. No worthy kite could be born of our own making. Thus, we could only take the convenient route, so to speak.
Your prowess in mechanics is unparalleled, Cloud Retainer. You wield the wind and waves themselves. Your singular talent stands unmatched across the land. Of this, we are well aware.
One has guests to attend to. We will have to convene again some other time.
That was funny.
Traveler, Paimon, do try to keep up.
Transforms again.
Leaving already? All this flying from place to place is wearing Paimon out.
It seems that one's concern was misplaced after all.
Then, should we continue flying the kite?
A splendid suggestion, but it would be advisable to change locations.
Perhaps your mountain would suffice? It is more than spacious enough.
A fine idea. A fine idea indeed.
Oh boy. Of course, they don't have any, like, glide assistance back.
They're back.
Paimon's pooped. Hi. Why are there only 2 of you left?
After you left, Yao Yao and Shuyu tired themselves out playing with their kites. Ga-ming offered to escort them home.
Before he left, he said something that I don't quite understand.
Oh? What did he say?
He said, a kite is always tied down no matter how far it flies or how high it soars. Its tether prevents it from ever truly flying free. He looked quite dejected as he said this.
Now that you mention it, Ga-ming did seem to have a rather strange attitude towards kites.
Perhaps he sees himself reflected in them.
A reflection of himself. If I were a kite, I would cherish that tether as a symbol of kinship and the bonds that tie us and...
Oh.
Shenhe?
It may be an exceedingly slim and distant connection, but lose it, and you lose that which links you to home.
I don't know if she purposely looked at us for the connection we have with her, but I'm not gonna put it past the subtlety of that.
If Ga-ming truly sees a kite as a reflection of himself, then I fear I understand his words even less.
Well, people often have different points of view depending on their mindset and experiences, right? It's actually quite normal.
Just like some people can eat spicy food, but others won't go anywhere near it?
Exactly. That's why tolerance and understanding are as important as they are.
Tolerance and understanding? What brought about this conversation? Did one miss something?
We were just chatting. You don't have to butt in on every little thing, you know. Where were you anyway?
One was merely doing a bit of cooking. Night fast approaches. If you are otherwise unoccupied, one would entreat you to stay and eat before you depart.
Oh, it's been so long since I've had the chance to enjoy your cooking, Cloud Retainer.
Worry not. One has prepared a variety of meat and vegetable dishes. One is more than familiar with everyone's culinary proclivities.
I'll take you up on that, on your offer then. I call dibs on Paimon's portion.
Shenhe, Ganyu, come with me.
Whoa, what's with all the secrecy? You're not trying to play favorites, are you? If you're ready to serve the food, we can help too.
Go to the abode entrance. Ah, their outfits. Their new outfits. They're really good looking new outfits.
Oh, I can feel the wind brushing against my legs. This is a bit embarrassing. Is the headpiece secure?
I should have asked Cloud Retainer to check before I stepped outside.
How do we look?
Before I continue, wait a minute. Also, they definitely nerfed Shinha. I'm not going to go into detail about that, but they nerfed her a little bit. Not actually, like, gameplay-wise, but model-wise.
She asked them just like that?
You look great.
You look pretty too, Ganyu! Oh, how should Paimon put it? You both look so elegant and refined! Those outfits really suit you both.
Given that one employed the services of the best tailor in all of Liyue, one would expect nothing less. What colors have you been partial to lately, Shenhe and Ganyu?
Lately? Why is Cloud Retainer suddenly asking about what colors we like?
I like black.
One is gratified to see one's disciple has inherited one's own tastes.
The color black doesn't get dirty easily. A virtue I've come to value recently.
And you, Ganyu?
I favor blue and black.
And the material is sufficiently comfortable, yes?
Yes, very. I simply cannot thank you enough, Cloud Retainer. For this gift. And the kite, too.
Thank you, Master.
One is content as long as you are pleased with the gift. One hopes these garments will see much use.
Sit down and enjoy a table. Yeah, damn it.
Seems like your supreme cuisine machine is just getting better and better, Xianyun! This golden crab's particularly good. The shell's deliciously crunchy, and the meat inside is so succulent and sweet! Paimon can't stop eating. It's a good thing Ga-ming isn't here, or Paimon would have to duel him for the food. You know, with chopsticks.
It would be a close match. You'd trounce him.
He traveled all this way on account of the kite-making workshop, and he spent the whole afternoon looking after Shuyu. One was hoping to treat him to a meal. Oh well. One will just have to extend one's thanks in person.
It's rare for someone to make such a good impression on you, Cloud Retainer.
One has high standards. He appears to be a young man of much merit, and one is not the type who would see such potential squandered.
It appears that he wishes to break free from the kite string that tethers him.
Kite string? Huh, what strange metaphors you speak in, Shenhe. Ever since you returned from one mean restaurant, your turns of phrase render one at quite the loss.
Where do we even begin? Oh, do you know about the conflict between Ga-ming and his dad, Xianyun?
One has only heard that the two are not on good terms.
He ran away from home and hasn't been back since.
Oh?
Ran away, you say? Huh. One believes we would all benefit from a more thorough retelling. Start from the beginning.
Oh, okay. Paimon just hopes he won't mind.
What?
This shall not do. Lantern Rite fast approaches. We must make haste. As one was contacting various tailors around Liyue, one could not help but be reminded of Menogias. He possessed a singular talent for clothing design. He had an exquisite eye, not just for fabric selection and color pairing, but also for what accessories could best accentuate a garment's overall styling. At a gathering of Adepti, Bonanis once complained in secret to some of the ladies in attendance that the skirt Menogias made for her was too long and impractical, lamenting that it would only hinder her in battle. However, when one asked Menogias his opinion, He remarked that the train of the skirt would serve to enhance her adeptal countenance by exemplifying a certain elegance. Menogius was that type of person. When it came to topics relating to garments and accessories, not even Rex Lapis could best his stubbornness. And later...
You got a little off topic, didn't you?
One seems to have strayed off topic. One means to say that Lantern Rite should be a day of reunion. It is a time to address problems before they turn into regrets. Fate is fickle. The cruel reality of this world is that suffering and misfortune can befall any of us without design or reason. If there is a chance for young people to remain insulated from this reality, one should do one's utmost to make it so.
That's nice and all, but...
Do you have any ideas, Cloud Retainer?
Perhaps adeptal arts could be of use. No. Mechanics, perhaps. One fails to see its use in a situation such as this.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Combining our efforts is a fine idea indeed. Aha! One has an idea. How about this? Does that make sense to everyone?
Yep. Oh, Paimon really hopes this works.
One's designs never fail. Now then, I counsel rest for all, and to make the necessary preparations. One shall see you in 2 days.
Always 2 days. Always 2 days. That's the next. That's the. That day 2 completed. Now everything from here on is blind to me. If anything, this will probably happen early. I will probably do this by the end of the week. Hopefully. Because there's some actual interactions in that. Oh, whoopsie. I keep doing that because I'm so used to Honkai Star Rail. Why is that still tracked?
Who's that skulking around?
I think that is her house. I think this is her house.
It's time to carry out the plan! Let's go find Ga-ming! Hope everything goes well.
Oh, he's back in Liyue Harbor. Now this is the part I'll probably... Oh. Oof. Oof, lady. Oof.
Could that be she's boat?
Also, I forgot where he is at the moment. I don't know if he's on the pirate ship or he's on the party ship. But I feel sorry for that woman because that man is an ass. Wait, 1 second. Before we continue. Okay.
Hi, Ga-ming! Paimon sees you've certainly gotten an early start this morning. Playing games already, are we? Who won this time? You the one buying dim sum again?
Hey, when you put it like that, it makes it sound like I'm always the one losing.
Ah, perfect, you're all here. There's an important commission I need your help with.
Alright, I've got the time. Where are the goods?
Well, it's not just goods this time. I need you to escort a tea merchant and their wares from Chaoying Village to Liyue Harbor. A very important client has requested to meet with him.
Sure. What's this merchant's address?
Here.
If the client's that important, then this must be a very crucial, very pressing commission, right?
Of course, the sooner you complete it, the better. I would advise you to depart as soon as possible.
That's fine by me.
Alright, don't work too hard now, Longjo. We'll set off then.
Day 3. Part 3, I should say. Also, what the heck? Why does Longshow sound like that? He sounds like he's speaking into, like, a cup. Oh wow, we got fast traveled. Interesting.
You're a bit quiet today, Ga-ming. Oh, do you want Paimon to tell a story?
We're almost there. I'll take a rain check on that.
Oh hey, I didn't see that there.
I'll keep this close.
Hello, you must be the tea merchant heading to Liyue Harbor. We're here to escort you.
Dad?
Oh, so you're Ga-ming's father. It's nice to meet you. Just leave this delivery to him. Trust Paimon, he's got this in the bag. Ga-ming is super good at what he does. Everyone at the Secure Transport Agency says as much. Even the Ministry of Civil Affairs has nothing but good things to say about him.
Seems like you've made some sort of name for yourself, at least.
The goods are all in order?
Yes, they're all here.
Then let's get going.
A very important if you just didn't show up. Plus, you'd be missing out on a huge money-making opportunity.
I see. I suppose I will have to trouble you all to escort me, then. Let's go.
Oh boy. I went a little too far there. Oh, wow. Uh-oh. I hope that doesn't accidentally trigger the other... It shouldn't, right? Because it's upstairs. Wait, what is the path here? That we end up taking? I just teleport here. This is unexpected.
Scatter!
Unnecessary, but need to be done. Oh, they still have. I think these are Lantern Rite stuff, but I might. Oh, it is. So it'll decorate over here for Lantern Rite. I guess that makes sense. I just have to be careful not to trigger the other event.
Walking for so long. Is anyone tired? How about we stop and rest for a bit?
I'm fine.
Ga-ming, don't you usually have some delicious snacks on you? Come on, bring them out so we can share them.
I'm fine. Thank you.
But the winter melon cake he gave us last time was so delicious. Have you ever tried it before, Mr. Ip?
Paimon.
Okay, we are going down. I was like very confused. We are heading towards the harbor.
This place looks nice and open. Why don't you all rest here for a second?
Huh? What about you? You're not going to join us?
I'm not tired. I'll keep watch.
Oh, but...
Just let him go.
Okay, we'll just share amongst ourselves then. Did you know, Uncle Ip, that the flavor of these cakes changes depending on...
Halt! Who goes there?
Whoa! Whoa! Okay.
It appears that one's movements were overly conspicuous.
Whoa, okay, that scared the shit out of me. I did not expect him to actually pull out, like, the actual, like, the signature claymore. His signature claymore. Also, are you kidding me right now? Cloud Retainer got these two in on this? Oh boy.
Enough of your musings. Focus. Focus on the matter at hand. Present your exquisite ornaments at once.
Indeed. Bring them forth readily and without protest.
Ah! What do we do?
It seems as if these two are acting alone. It won't be difficult to subdue them, but they might have something else waiting in store for Dad. The best way to keep him safe is... Leave this to me. I'll handle them. Traveler, Paimon, take my dad and the goods away from here.
No, Ga-ming. It's too dangerous.
This is what I do.
A thorny foe indeed. Let us depart and seek a target softer in blows and disposition.
Don't think I'm gonna let you off so easily.
Away! Let us away!
What the hell? The frickin' smoke. Okay, the smoke was hilarious, and I just caught that. I just caught that for a brief second. I caught that in the background. Cloud Retainer's in her crane form watching. Oh, why is my shoulder acting up? Like, my right shoulder. I did not expect that. That was funny.
Coming!
Don't worry, he's a great fighter. Paimon's even seen him take down a dozen or so treasure hoarders all by himself.
But, Ga-ming, if he had just stayed by my side and learned the family trade, he wouldn't have to put himself in such dangerous situations.
We just have to trust him.
And she's gone.
Ahead. We'd best get away from here, in case there are other bandits in the area waiting in ambush.
All is going to plan.
Okay, we should be good to stop here. Yongli? Oh no, what is he doing here?
Oh, hey.
Good sir, please, listen to me. Reel in your line and leave this place as quickly as you can. There are bandits in the area.
Okay, I don't know why I found that so funny, that Zhongli flying a kite of a ghost, i.e. the ghost being similar to the ghost that Hu Tao uses. I don't know why I found that so funny to me, but it's funny to me. I did not expect Zhongli to be here.
Bandits? Acting in broad daylight?
Are you good? Calm down, Paimon.
Oh.
Okay, you don't need to shift the eyes on Paimon. Okay, that was kind of funny, but you don't need to cough that much.
Ah, I see. It appears many people are catching a chill as of late. If your throat is bothering you, Paimon, perhaps some tea and rest are in order.
Nope, no need. Paimon's fine. She just, had some cake stuck in her throat.
He must have figured it all out by now. Is he just playing dumb on purpose?
If there are indeed bandits in the area, then we should inform the Millelith at once.
The guard that was escorting us is already on their tail.
Oh? Well, if that's the case, such matters are best left to those with the necessary expertise, wouldn't you agree?
I suppose you're right. If ordinary people like us got involved, we would only cause more trouble.
Since we find ourselves otherwise unoccupied in this beautiful area, why don't we find a quiet place to relax while we wait for good news?
I am curious about one thing. Like, at what point did Ga-ming get his vision? Did he get it after running away from home, or when he was first practicing wushu dancing? And that's why he had the confidence to stand up. Like, his dad should realize, like, he has a vision now. There's a reason he was given a vision.
That would be lovely.
Thank you, Zhongli. I do find it funny, though, that he had a ghost kite. But him just being out here, just with a kite, is funny to me. I don't know why. Like, why? Why is he not in the harbor?
So, Uncle Ip does have a reason to be worried. After all, Ga-ming, the guard we mentioned, is his son.
Ga-ming. The name sounds somewhat familiar. Ah, yes. That is the name of the Wushu dancer who has been performing around Liyue Harbor recently, is it not?
Oh, have you seen him perform?
Indeed. I cannot help but admire his skill. He truly encapsulates the spirit of the Suani. Wushu dancing has become more well known in Liyue Harbor recently. However, although performers are seeing budding success, they have no doubt had to face many hurdles along the way. One's not so easily understood by spectators such as ourselves. If you ask me, what truly deserves admiration is perseverance in the face of adversity. That is a rare attribute indeed. I have heard many of my acquaintances praise Ga-ming for his kind, selfless, and courageous disposition. To have a child so accomplished and upright, you must be a very proud parent indeed, Uncle Ip.
Uncle Yip.
Seems like Zhongli has decided to skip the formalities.
Well,
I'm pretty sure you're older
he's
than
a
him.
hard worker. Yes.
Well, no shit, he's older than him, but you know what I mean. Like, physically, his body like the body or the form he's taken is, I think, technically supposed to be older, like 40s, maybe 30s. Well, I guess he would be in his 40s.
You should be sure to tell him you think that when he gets back.
Your son is young yet. It's normal for someone his age to be a bit hot-headed. It's understandable to find talking about such things in person difficult. If there's a particular sentiment you wish to convey, perhaps we could pass it along for you.
No. It wouldn't be right to ask that of you. This thing between us has festered for many years now. In truth, there are some things that simply aren't easy for us to talk through. I've been in the tea business for most of my life, and I always hoped my child would do the same. Otherwise, how would he support himself? Over the past few years, I heard how well he was doing for himself as a guard. How his work was taking him to farther and farther off places. I also heard that he never gave up on Wushu dancing. It made me happy. But I was also worried. When you're young, you can handle all that physically taxing work and manual labor. What young person isn't capable of making a living that way? My concern is what happens when you get old. Every time I get to thinking like that, I cannot help but be reinforced in the belief that I was right. That I was right not to give in. I often regret introducing him to Wushu dancing as a kid. If I had known how things would turn out, I would have never taken him to see those performances in the first place.
It is only natural for a parent to strive to send their child down the right path. No one would begrudge you that sentiment, Uncle Ip. You need not worry.
You seem quite young, Mr. Zhongli. Yet you speak with such wisdom. Perhaps I have misjudged your age.
Your words are too kind. Truth be told, one of my old friends has several grown daughters. Rather than fretting about their future, however, she prefers to let them find their own way.
Okay, that's definitely one way of putting it. Also, this is an interesting pose. That is one way of putting it. That's a nice way of saying... Well, yeah, I guess Shenhe, Ganyu... I don't know about Yao Yao, but Shuyu. All of them, I guess, do see her as a motherly figure, so I guess that does make sense calling them her daughters.
Then she's more easygoing than I could ever be. I fear I lack such an open mind. Oh, I meant to say earlier, there is no need to be so polite. Feel free to call me by my name, Iptak.
Sure.
So, do you also think I fret too much, Mr. Zhongli?
Iptak. Iptak? Also, what was that weird zoom in on us for? Why was there a weird zoom in on us?
That's not exactly what I was hoping to convey. Only a fool would ask a parent not to worry about their child. But think of it this way. Raising a child is not unlike flying a kite. Hold the string too tight, and it can no longer soar. As my friend once said, if your children are aiming for the stars, clipping their wings will only cause them to come crashing down. You need to let out the line for a kite to soar.
It seems I was too stuck in my ways.
You need not reproach your heart for caring. You simply need to loosen your hold a little.
I will say, even though Zhongli was not part of the original plan, he's definitely helping.
Indeed, with such a big heart, why not allocate the time you usually spend worrying about Ga-ming to the pursuit of other things? Like going for a stroll, drinking tea, or taking in the scenery. You never know what surprises could be in store. Things can change in the blink of an eye.
The blink of an eye, you say? Do things change so quickly?
Children grow up in quite the same way, do they not? Day after day, year after year, sometimes in the blink of an eye, but always when you least expect it. As a father, I'm sure you know that best.
Yes, you can say that again. 1 second, Ga-ming was a kid. The next thing I knew, he was ready to fly the nest.
Zhongli certainly has a way with words. Oh, Ga-ming is back! Hey, Ga-ming, we're over here!
Dad, Traveler, Paimon. Good, you're all here. Oh, and Mr. Zhongli from the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor? You're here too?
A fated meeting indeed. We were just enjoying some pleasant conversation.
Is everything resolved?
Well, you could say that.
What does that mean?
Traveler, Paimon, come with me. I need to talk to you.
Oh, okay.
I'll come right out and say it. Those two bandits, you sent them, didn't you?
So, that's how we're starting off?
Can't look me in the eye, huh? Guess I'm right then.
Okay, but how did you know?
At first, their mannerisms seemed a bit stilted. But once I got close, it was obvious that they possessed great skills. I was right on their tail, and it should have taken only a few steps to catch up to them, yet somehow, I was never able to close that distance. People with that level of skill would have gone about things differently from the start, like sneaking up on us while we were distracted. Unless, of course, their real motive was to lure me away from the group all along.
Wow, you're pretty quick on the uptake.
I just have a lot of experience. I've dealt with many a ruthless bandit in my time, but I've never seen ones like them. In the end, I told them they would make good guards if they ever wanted to get back on the straight and narrow, and that they could hang out with me in Liyue Harbor anytime.
making friends?
I'm guessing you guys were trying to help resolve things between my dad and me?
Yeah.
I appreciate it, I really do. But this conflict between us has been going on for a long time. Even if those two were real bandits, and I was able to subdue them and show them what I was capable of, it wouldn't change anything.
About that.
You've seen the way he talks to me.
It's not like that at all! Your dad really cares about you. You should see the way he talks about you when you're not around. Zhongli was talking things through with him, and he nearly agreed to let it go. You don't believe us?
He won't let it go. He can say as much as he wants to other people, but he won't talk to me. I'm certain of it.
And you? Will you talk to him?
You told us you wanted to prove yourself to your dad. Why don't you tell him about all the hard work you've done these past few years?
Will that even do anything? I'm not sure talking is enough.
You won't know unless you try. Just like how you won't know if something is delicious unless you taste it. Listen to us. It's time to put these people skills to good use. You can make friends with anyone, so why not your dad?
It won't hurt to try. Good luck. We'll be rooting for you.
I'll do my best.
You are very knowledgeable, Mr. Zhongli. I'm impressed. Despite my being in the tea industry for several decades, it seems I still have much to learn about the art of tea tasting.
You flatter me. It was nothing but a few humble musings.
How much tea have you drank since we've been gone?
It's not like it was alcohol.
Ipdak and I have found many a common interest. Our friendship, much like a cup of tea, seems to grow stronger the longer it has to steep.
Well said, Mr. Zhongli. Ga-ming, Mr. Zhongli is very knowledgeable. You should take the opportunity to learn from people like him when you're in the city.
Huh? Oh, of course.
Ahem. Zhongli?
I have very much enjoyed our conversation, Ipdak, but I, unfortunately, have some unfinished funeral parlor business to attend to.
Oh, I hope I didn't keep you. My apologies for taking up so much of your time, Mr. Zhongli. No need to stay on my account. When you're less busy, let's find a time to meet. I'll treat you to dim sum.
It would be an honor.
We'll see you off, Zhongli. You two have a nice chat, alright?
Should we sit?
Sure.
I was about to say, there's like... They're not gonna speak much.
Thanks for helping us talk things through with Uncle Ip. Good thing you were able to pick up on what we were putting down.
I have been around the both of you for some time now. You could say I have a certain level of expertise in that regard. As for my role in the conversation, think nothing of it. I hardly did anything noteworthy.
You never change, do you? Why did you have us walk all this way? Paimon thought we just had to go far enough to be out of earshot.
A friend approaches.
Hello.
Oh, whoa.
Xiao! You're here too?
I've been here the whole time.
He was in the tree.
Ghostly kite. Could that elusive Director Hu be coming to Wangshu Inn once again? What is she doing here? I suppose it matters not. Given her relationship with Rex, well, Zhongli, I might as well go pay my respects. It's you.
I thought you were Director Who.
Ah, your arrival is most fortuitous. Do you want to try out this new gadget? The addition of the power source makes the takeoff more stable. It's just that...
Interesting.
He seems quite immersed in the study of this device.
I fear it's almost too stable. It completely negates the pleasure of seeing one's kite sway with the wind. It's a bit of a shame. In truth, I'm here because Director Who dispatched me to purchase some items in preparation for Lantern Rite.
I see. Much like she does every year. Much like she'll do next year, I would imagine. Am I wrong? Or has she once again sent you out to buy, what is it, sesame oil or something?
While we're on the subject, I do wonder why she is so obsessed with using sesame oil in the preparation of mixed vegetable dishes for Lantern Rite. A recommendation from Xiangling, perhaps. What do you think, Xiao?
Seeing Xiao interact as much as he is right now, and as openly, is actually very refreshing, because we never really see him act like this before. I guess this is technically how they used to act in the old days, huh? Or not used to act, but this is how they act in the... When we don't see them, this is how they act.
I've only met Director Who a few times. I'm hardly the best person to ask.
Ah, and is that not a sign that you should visit Wangsheng Funeral Parlor more often? It wouldn't hurt to grace the parlor with your presence now and again, when you are otherwise unoccupied. This one here is a traditional kite, one without any equipped mechanical device. Director Who tasked me with studying the differences between the two to determine which one is of greater merit. Many hands make light work. Perhaps you could test out the other kite for me?
All right. I have made my comparisons. If speed is what you're after, the mechanical kite is the better choice.
Wonderful. I shall pass that information along to Director Who. I'll leave these two kites with you. Perhaps you can find a few friends with which to partake in the activity. You might find it to be an enjoyable use of your time.
Oh, wait. Who enjoys kite flying?
Well, I would imagine someone of your talent and wisdom is more than capable of finding out.
So, you were testing out the kites for Hu Tao and even roped Xiao into doing it for you? Paimon didn't ask earlier because the situation was, awkward.
I would hardly say I roped Xiao into anything. I simply sought the help of a friend. Besides, we did the testing together.
Seems like our pool of competitors is growing.
The competition is not the important thing right now. Doesn't matter, we're going to win either way.
Do you like kite flying, Xiao?
I suppose I neither like nor dislike it. Although, watching a kite gradually ascend into the sky does bring me a certain peace of mind. Perhaps they're a bit like Xiao lanterns in that way.
Kite flying is also a pleasant form of relaxation.
Have you ever thought about making a kite, Xiao? Cloud Retainer taught us how. We can teach you if you want.
There's no need. Menogias was the only Yaksha among us who had an interest in matters of ornamentation and design. When Lantern Rite is over, come find me near Pervasi's temple if you have the time.
Oh, interesting. Luckily, I rebuilt that thing. Or, not rebuilt, I didn't rebuild it, but luckily after doing Zhao's story quest, it's rebuilt. Sure.
It's getting late. I should go inform Director Who of our findings.
How's she been, by the way? Be sure to say hi to her for us.
The last time I spoke to her, she mentioned that she would be visiting Chaoying Village in a few days. If you have the time, perhaps you could also make the trip. If you happen to run into her, you can pass along your regards in person.
We'll keep that in mind. Take care, Zhongli. See you later.
See you next time.
Okay, I swear his character model was about to do a run animation.
Ga-ming,
You can go first.
I don't have anything to say.
Then I'll go. I still don't want to leave Liyue Harbor.
Oh. I can't say I support that decision, but... Hey, let me finish before you get all worked up.
Sit, Shenhe, sit. You must be tired from your journey. Shall I pour you a cup of tea, or would you prefer something else to drink?
No need. I'm not tired.
Okay, okay, to be fair... Oh, she's back in her regular outfit. Hopefully we see... She'll probably switch back during Lantern Rite. To be fair, Shenhe sounds like this normally. But Shen Yun's... acting is... I don't know if it's great.
They're gone, Master.
Perfect. The time is nigh for us to make an appearance. Do you remember the plan when recounted to you?
Oh boy.
Yes, Master. We aim to give them a demonstration of familial love.
Oh boy.
So I'll have whatever you are having.
All right.
What are Auntie Xianyun and Shenhe doing here? Just how many people are involved in this scheme? I suppose all I can do is just take a seat and see what happens.
Perfect. I just so happen to have bought some Sunglow tea recently. It's quite the delectable variety.
Why were her eyes so big there? What the hell?
Or it would be if one has not been forced to drink it every day in the hopes of whittling down one's considerable stash. One has more than had one's fill already.
Wait, what the hell? That's what happens when you buy too much. Also, weren't you gonna share the tea? I thought you were gonna share the tea. What happened to that?
Oh, forget it. Such thoughts detract from the present need to keep up the conversation.
Has work been busy during the holiday season? Do you need my help with anything?
Drunk guests can sometimes cause trouble, but I deal with them as you taught me, by pinning their heads against the table.
Okay.
Are Auntie Xianyun and Shenhe serious right now?
Okay.
Oh dear. While one was busy orchestrating this act, one seems to have forgotten about Shenhe's various eccentricities.
What I meant to ask was, have you made any new friends? We live so far from each other. It would be a great comfort to me to know you were surrounded by good companions.
You already know of my past circumstances. Recently, I've been conversing with Guoba in the kitchen at night. Guoba can't talk, but his companionship is a comfort.
The poor child. Her one friend can't even talk.
What the... Okay, she has more than one friend, but okay. We're one of them. And Ga-ming's not one of them. I think, technically. Ganyu's more like a sister to her, to be fair. I guess... the disciples are more like sisters to her, so I don't know. Besides us, who else she made friends? No. What's her name? The opera singer. Maybe Beto. Maybe. I'm more of the opera singer because she spent more time with her, I'm pretty sure. And Xialing. Xialing, she probably spends enough time with due to them working at the restaurant. And maybe some of the other people in that group.
I guess maybe Ga-ming is not doing so bad after all. Perhaps I've been too hard on him.
Let's move on, shall we? Do you have any plans for today, Shenhe? How about we do something fun?
That sounds about right. Take her to do something fun, and perhaps she'll loosen up a bit.
Like we used to do when we would carry stones up and down the mountain from dawn until dusk, picking herbs to eat for dinner along the way? If that is what you ask of me, then that is what I shall do.
Wait, okay, okay, her face, oh my god, okay, I had to crack up there. Her head shake and her eyes being wide open is hilarious.
Dad, here, have some tea. Or no, wait, let's not have any just yet.
Yeah. I simply can't listen to that any longer.
I understand that, but okay.
Ga-ming, I'd like to finish what I was trying to say before. I don't support your decision to stay in Liyue Harbor, because living there is too hard on you. If you come home, there will be people to help you. I'm not saying we have to live under the same roof. I know our personalities are too similar to avoid butting heads. But you'll have your entire family around you. Your aunts, uncles, they'll all do whatever they can to help. You could get a less taxing job, and we could grab dim sum together from time to time.
Also, like, I understand. Okay, once he learns who Shen Yun is, I feel like he would understand more, and if he knew about the situation more, he would understand, but, like, definitely, definitely not painting a good picture for Shen Yun at the moment. Also, yeah, I guess Shenhe has seen her human form. That was stated in the story quest, and same with Ganyu. When Ganyu was young, of course. Same with Shenhe.
Huh. I didn't know dim sum was such an important affair, Master.
Shh. Just think about it, okay? You don't have to decide now.
The shh. Oh my god. Shenhe's great. Such a great character.
Dad really has changed a lot. He would never have said these things to me before. But thank you, Dad.
It's been long enough, don't you think? Oh, Paimon sure hopes they've made up by now. Oh, they're drinking tea in silence. That's not a good sign. Did Xianyun's plan not work after all?
It didn't work as planned because of Shenhe, but I'm not blaming Shenhe.
Paimon's sorry we were gone for so long. We got to chatting with some friends and didn't realize how much time had passed.
Perfect timing, actually. We seem to be just about done here.
Yep, let's go. I'll get the vax.
Ga-ming has grown a lot taller, hasn't he?
Jesus. Freaking Shenhe. Cracking me up.
Master, did I say something wrong earlier? I tried to go along with your questions, but when I saw how you and that man reacted, I started to wonder.
Not at all. Certain unforeseen variables may have presented themselves along the way, but the outcome proved favorable. The plan was a success.
Then I helped?
Naturally. Your purity of spirit is one of your greatest strengths, Shenhe. You need not change who you are.
I agree. She makes conversations way more interesting. I wonder where Shenhe actually lives. She lives in the harbor, but where? So who's this important person that he's supposed to meet? Oh, hey.
You must be Mr. Ip! Thank you for coming all this way.
Ah, okay.
My name is Charlotte, and I'm a reporter from Fontaine. You can find me writing for the Steambird. I invited you here not just to purchase your fine tea, but also with the hope that you might be willing to sit down for a short interview. What do you say?
An interview? To advertise my teas?
I suppose you could think of it that way. We Fontainians are big tea drinkers too.
The Fontaine Market. Then I'll need some time to adequately prepare. Perhaps we could sit down and discuss the questions you intend to ask in advance.
Of course, of course! Please follow me.
Is this person also involved in your plan?
She's the very important client. What do you think?
And here I thought I had lots of connections. I suppose I've been humbled. You sure know all kinds of cool and important people.
Over here! Yoo-hoo! Over here!
Huh? What? Auntie Shenyun?
She probably wants to talk about the next phase of the plan. Let's go while your dad is still distracted.
I'm not surprised after that. Wait, can you actually find them? Where'd they go? 'Cause I wonder if you can talk to them. Oh, yes, there they are. Haha, found it.
Do your teas pair well with milk? What about sugar?
Can we skip that question?
Of course! You would much prefer that the teas be made plain, I suppose. Perhaps you could provide some descriptions of their flavor profiles during the interview.
Ah, no problem.
Noted. Now then, let's discuss tea box design, shall we? Recently, I've learned a lot about traditional Liyue motifs and their deeper meanings. I was thinking if there was some way to integrate these motifs into the design of the exterior packaging.
Now that's an interesting idea. If you ask me, I would probably...
Now I can actually properly talk to her and buy the kite stuff from her. There we go. Hopefully these kites return next year. Like, see, people next year can get these, for their teapots from, like, a shop or something.
I take it that all is going well?
Don't worry, Shenyun. Everything is going according to plan.
Sort of.
I knew it. I knew that was all an act earlier. Auntie Shenyun is really something. She was so determined to help me. She didn't even care about making herself and Shenhe appear foolish in front of my family. She truly knows how to look out for others. I still have a lot to learn.
About that. About that, though.
As for the next step...
Oh no.
What's wrong, Ga-ming?
Don't tell me you're the ones footing the bill for all that tea. I can't let you do that.
Fret not. Reimbursements will be made.
Exactly. Think of it more as an investment, as Ningguang would say. We pooled together the Mora so that Charlotte could place the order. She's gonna bring it back to the Steambird as a gift, as well as a sample of the regional specialty. Fontanians will probably fall in love with your dad's tea as soon as they lay their eyes on Charlotte's article. And once all the money from the new orders begin to roll in, getting our Mora back will be a piece of cake.
Oh, okay.
Also, I'm freaking rich. Even though in the story I'm not.
Business-related matters always seem to go over my head, but I refuse to let you all lose Mora on my behalf. I'll pay you back right now.
We can talk about such matters at a later date. There are more important matters for you to consider at the moment, are there not?
Yes. I've been thinking about it the whole way here. I have an idea, but I'd hate to cause even more trouble for all of you.
That is for us to decide.
Yeah, we're all friends here. Plus, we wouldn't be here if we didn't want to help, right? Just tell us about this idea of yours.
What, the Wushu dance?
Okay. So, it's like this.
I'm guessing it's the Wushu dance on the water that we see in the trailer.
Got it. Just leave it to us. Let's split up and make it happen. We need to do those things we talked about, but we also still have the kite flying competition. Since Xiao already tested out those kites for us, why don't we also go buy one of those mechanical thingamabobs or whatever they're called? We can attach it to our kite.
What happened to going all natural? Is dialogue change or the same dialogue?
Do your teas pair well with milk? What? Of course.
Ah,
Noted. Recently, I've looked.
now that's an interesting idea.
Okay, it's the same dialogue.
Hello again.
Welcome back! I see you returned from your trip. I really do have to thank you for all your help from before. Thanks to you, my daughter was able to build a kite with her grandmother that very same day. She even wrote a long letter telling me how much she loved it.
Aww.
Oh, you should really be thanking Ga-ming, not us.
I'll be sure to. And are you here to buy a kite? Please, take your pick.
Oh, we already have a kite. We wanted to buy one of those, device thingies from Fontaine. Do you sell them separately?
Ah, yes. Here you go. Please, take it, free of charge. The directions are in the box. It's not hard to install at all.
It doesn't feel right for us to just take it.
Well, nor would it feel right for me to take your Mora. Good luck in the kite flying competition. I'll be rooting for you.
All right, then. Thank you. Phew, it's done. Let's get down to business.
Interesting.
Looks like we finished everything we needed to do. Let's find a good place and put this thing into the sky.
Oh, Lantern Rite's about to begin. Holy shit, already? Oh, they're gone. Cutscene time? Hell yeah.
Chi-Chi, we're almost there.
Hey! They're in their outfits. And pre-rendered.
Come here, allow me.
Aww. That was very cute.
Huh? Oh, what's going on?
Did something happen? What should we do? Oh, should we get the Millilith?
Oh shit.
What's that?
Yo, okay. This is kinda dope. Yo! Okay. Hey! Shoo you! Hell yeah. How many did they get to do this? That was awesome. Props to them Ningguang and them agreeing to let him do this.
Have I taken that many pictures already? I need to load more film.
Aw. Hell yeah. I didn't even see the Paimon one if there was.
Wait. The wind.
Hell yeah. Cloud retainer. I should have.
Happy Lantern Rite.
I definitely should have checked back at the funeral parlor. Hey, I was wondering where that kite was. Was the Paimon kite not in the cutscene?
Ga-ming's performance was so cool, Paimon almost wanted to join in. You saw that, right, Traveler? Let's go find him.
Also,
Oh, he's over there, talking to his dad.
before I head over there, that was really nice with Yao Yao and Chi-Chi. No Baizu. Also, no core members of like Xialing, Chai Chung-yoon, and all that, and that group. Also, young Gar was there, if you remember her from Windbloom, and of course Liyue and everything. Like, her and Tanais is supposed to be a thing, but for some reason Tanais didn't come out for Lantern Rite. I wonder if that will be answered in Windbloom or not. But that was really cool. That was a really... The trailer showed a little bit of it, I remember that, but that cutscene made it a lot better. It made it a lot more badass. And it was really nice seeing, like, Shinha being helped by Ganyu. Like, adjust the little hair part. That was nice. That was a very nice cutscene. I don't know if it's the best one out of the 4 Lantern Rites that they've had so far. I've only seen a few of them, but I would say last year's was really good, mainly because that was a cool rap. And the second year was actually really good too.
I think I'll head off now, if that's okay?
Thank you, little girl. Do you want us to walk you back?
No need, no need. Master is waiting for me right over there.
Also, Shin-Yun that was really cool. Shin-Yun, like, no need for mechanical devices. Freaking using her, Adepti power / her Animo abilities to make the wind go.
Son.
Oh my god.
I suppose I'll go first this time.
Okay.
Your performance. I've seen many wushou dances in my time, but I've gotta admit, what you pulled off there was breathtaking.
Wow. I never thought I'd live to hear you say that.
You're serious about doing this professionally?
Absolutely. I know it'll be difficult, but...
Then it doesn't matter. What I mean to say is, of course it'll be difficult. But if that's your decision, if that's your dream, then it doesn't matter how difficult it is. As long as you put in the work, then any obstacle can be overcome in time. Really, when I was young, I also... Actually, how about we save that story of my past for another time? All I really want to say is, I've changed my mind. Much like this kite, you also deserve to soar to new heights.
Dad.
Son.
Son? Haven't heard that in a while.
I bet you're wondering what's gotten into me saying all this.
Well, a little bit, yeah.
Anyway, I know I've never found the chance to say this before, but... to me, Ga-ming, you've always been a great kid. Alright, that's everything I've got. Did you have something you wanted to say, or...
Seeing the two of them talk things through like this really gives Paimon a sense of accomplishment.
Yep, it's all because of you. Give yourself a pat on the back, Paimon.
Now go. Over there. Your friends are still waiting for you.
Huh? But you came all this way.
I'll be staying in Liyue Harbor for a bit longer. When you have time, we can grab dim sum together. Your treat, right?
Dad, honestly.
Go.
Okay.
He has an accent.
Then I'm off.
He does
See you
have He does have an accent, the dad does. Hell yeah. It does glow in the dark.
That's quite the smile you've got there, Ga-ming.
Really?
It's nothing to be embarrassed about.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I'd like to find and thank Auntie Shenyun, as well as everyone else who's helped me out. If everyone has time, maybe we could all get together and go fly a kite.
And day 3 is done. Finding everyone's gonna not be... Well, it might actually be easy. They might all be in Liyue Harbor. Well, they should be. Well, one... Okay. Oh, hey, Charlotte.
Oh, Lantern Rite was simply amazing. I'm not sure I'll be able to sleep tonight.
Okay, time to check out hidden locations. If my phone doesn't freaking blow up on me. Well, I'll get the obvious ones out of the way.
Oh, that? Yeah, interesting story. It was invented by a guy from Fontaine. His name is Ildison. He's always tinkering away at some mechanism or another. He's even asked the Steambird to write about his inventions on more than one occasion. I believe I have a direct quote from him about this particular one. Yes, here it is. The device is powered entirely by mechanical components without the need for any additional energy source. Basically, it's a manually operated cranking device. How high it can fly entirely depends on how much force you can exert. Combining this invention with a kite. What a great idea, right? Oh, my conversation with Mr. Ip went really well. I've already sent the first draft of my article back to the Steambird. It's a piece that contains all the pertinent information while also telling a story. I'm quite proud of it. Oh, that reminds me. I should thank everyone who made this possible for me. Especially that spirited lady with those peculiar turns of phrase. Miss Shenyun was her name, right? It was all thanks to your connections and creativity. I would have never thought I'd be able to bring such a special gift back to Fontaine with me.
Mechanical lifting device. Be right back. Okay. Like, we should break there.
This was my first time experiencing a foreign holiday in person. It was so exciting! The festive atmosphere, the contagious holiday spirit, the profound, storied cultural traditions steeped in symbolism. Oh, I almost forgot. Ga-ming even gave me a kite with a poem on it that she wrote herself. It goes, "Dreams are like paper kites. With them do our hopes take flight. Sailing high above the clouds, they yearn for something more profound. Yet try we may and try we might. A deeper truth waits in plain sight. Though we hang our hopes in skies abound, many joys lie on the ground." I want to include this poem in my special feature on Lantern Rite. I'm sure a lot of people will love it. Yep, and happy Lantern Rite to you.
Hopefully, that interview actually goes well and everything. Let me see, is he still on the bridge? Oh hey, it's these two.
We can give it a try.
Okay, these two are, even though they're Fatui, they're freaking adorable. They're being so shy. Okay, I was wondering if there was going to be like any drummers left. Okay, I'm just mainly checking out if there's anyone down here. There might be, but I'll check that if I miss it later. If I remember correctly, they should be...
Take it easy.
Oh, there's Ga-ming. Right here. Oh, and his dad.
So, you're still a big fan of winter melon cake, then?
Huh? Oh, I guess you heard everything Paimon was saying, huh?
Of course. She was talking about you. As your father, how could I not listen? Remember back when you were a kid, and you would sit on my shoulders to watch the Wushu dance. On our way back home, you would beg me to buy you some winter melon cake. We would only buy 2 at a time, but before long, we tried the winter melon cake from every vendor that street had to offer. There was also that one time you used your pocket money to treat me. Do you still remember?
Yeah, I remember.
That was the best winter melon cake I ever had.
Let's go back sometime. The shop's still there, and I remember the way. My treat, just like before.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Aw. That's nice. Surprised Tat wasn't hanging with the group like last year. I guess they were involved in that other event, so I guess it makes sense why they weren't involved in this event. But no Ningguang is very interesting. Doesn't even remember where everyone's standing. They're there. Yeah, I'm surprised Tonias didn't come out for Lantern Rite.
Take it easy.
So, I don't know where exactly not Ga-ming. Friggin' the two are. What's their name? Freaking Ganyu and Shenhe, but they're behind a building. They're behind a house, someone's house.
One may have won the kite flying competition, Yu-hung, but this prize should truly be reserved for another.
You need not be so humble, honored Adeptus. Among all the kites, yours was quite literally a cut above the rest. Please accept this prize. You deserve it. Besides, I'm quite certain we owe a fair share of the success of this year's Lantern Rite to you.
If you insist, then one can hardly continue to refuse. However, there is another matter with which one would ask your assistance.
Of course.
One would be much obliged if you could distribute this case of Sunglow tea among the Millilith on duty. The security of the festivities rests entirely on their shoulders, after all. One presumes they could always benefit from something to invigorate their spirits.
Cloud Retainer is so thoughtful and attentive to others' needs. I would expect nothing less of an esteemed Adeptus such as herself. Understood. I'll get on that right away.
A fortuitous result indeed. One's tea surplus has hitherto resolved itself.
So much... She definitely figured as like, ah shit. Even though like, she was willing to share it with like Dolly and all that. That chance never got... She never got that chance to do that, so she's gonna share it with the Millilith instead. So, win-win. Also, it's nice to see Qixing, even though she's like, the age of the gods have passed and everything like that. It's nice to see her still have at least respect for the Adeptus, and it's nice to know that I'm pretty sure Ningguang also knows that she's Cloud Retainer. So, it's nice to see Qixing actually, like, being, interacting with Adeptus and all that, like, normally. Without, being too prideful, I guess you could say. Not prideful, but you know what I mean. How she acted back in the Liyue Archon Quest. Also, I was dumb. They're, like, over here.
I don't get it.
Is something wrong, Shenhe? Tell me. Perhaps I can help.
The color black doesn't get dirty easily, so I thought this outfit would be acceptable to wear to work. But Xiangling told me it was inappropriate. But inappropriate? How?
She probably just meant the outfit isn't suitable for that particular environment and occasion.
I mean, look at it. It's kind of revealing, isn't it?
But for a festival gathering with friends, a nighttime stroll, or an important banquet, your outfit is more than appropriate, Shenhe.
So you're saying it's only something I should wear in front of important people?
I suppose that's another way to think of it.
Oh, does that mean she's gonna wear important people, huh? Also, once again, their outfits are freaking beautiful. Also, by important people, do you mean me? Do you mean the Traveler? I wouldn't be surprised, and I wouldn't be opposed. Now there is, Yao Yao and Chi-Chi actually have something. Or They're up here somewhere, I'm pretty sure.
He's a class act, that one. Hey.
Oh, whoa, that was... I almost jumped off the freaking edge there. Now, where are they exactly? I'm gonna have to find. I just know they're in like a red area. Or in the bridge, maybe? Yeah, probably in the bridge. Hey there.
Our kite is so high up. Thank you for inviting me, Yao Yao. I am having a lot of fun.
I'm glad. If you want, we can go fly kites some other time too. The fun doesn't have to end today.
Really?
How about we do it during the day next time? That way, we can see the design better. When it flies super high up, it will look exactly like a real finch.
Okay. Can I take this kite to bed with me?
But of course.
Interesting. That's definitely a way you could think of it. That's definitely a way you could think of using it. Just be careful not to damage it. It's nice. Even though Chi-Chi's kind of stuck looking like that, I don't know. She's a zombie, technically, so she can't really age, I think. Her body can't. It's nice seeing her make more friends now, especially, like, with Yao Yao and stuff. Gives Yao Yao more, interactions. Also, I completely forgot these two. And, well, not forget them, but I didn't even realize they were right here.
Given your present countenance, one presumes you are missing some old friends again.
One cannot help but be reminded of them.
Pray speak. Unburden yourself of these sentiments.
One simply wishes Menogias were alive to witness such peace alongside us. He was so skilled in matters of craftsmanship. Kite making would scarcely prove to be a test of his capabilities. Were he yet amongst the living, he could have opened a kite stall. One is certain it would have been an establishment rich not only in profit, but also esteem. And if, as in the past, he were unable to involve himself in matters of the mortal realm, we could sell the kites in his stead. When we finished, we could bring him back wine and partake in drink and good company.
Mooncarver, those are now but fond moments in our memories.
Indeed. The dead are gone, so, as the representatives of the living, let us take in the sights for a bit longer, if just for his sake.
Kinda wish Zhongli was over here with them. No Hu Tao interaction, she was only here in the cutscene. But yeah, I kinda wish Zhongli was like standing alongside them. So before I do that, there's one more place to go, I believe. I think this is the right area. Okay, I may have been wrong. I definitely was wrong. I'm looking for the one house. Wait. Okay, I wasn't entirely wrong. Oh wait, did I pass now? I sure did. Oopsie.
Traveler.
It's just as I thought. You stopped short of stepping into the city again.
Being in the city isn't the only way for me to appreciate the lights and beauty of Lantern Rite. Look. Liyue Harbor lies just beyond this mountain. As long as I stand at this vantage point, I may freely behold the sights of all the kites slowly ascending into the sky. For me, that is enough.
For now. I think next year he will enter the city. I think next year he will enter the city.
I invited you here because there is something I would like to do. I want to release a Shao Lantern, and I'd like you to be there for it.
Did you make it yourself?
Yes. I apologize for its crude appearance. I have little skill in that regard.
He's opening... After so many years, seeing Zhao open up more and more is amazing. I love this. No, it's amazing.
You are very kind, as usual. All right. It's time.
Okay, I believe that's all the hidden locations. Because I believe there's no hidden locations. I believe there's no hidden locations in day 4, sadly. As the Shao Lantern slowly disappears into the tranquil night sky, Shao's expressions softens.
Traveler. Thank you.
Honestly, seeing characters like that, characters like him, I still have to question what our sibling has to gain by doing what they're doing. Because I honestly don't see the benefit of what they're doing. Even if you don't play the events, even if you miss the events, if you play through the story enough, you'll realize, and the characters' stories, you'll realize something, like, you will start to not understand why the sibling wants to do what they're doing. Something is wrong with our sibling, because our, like, the world we're living in, despite the flaws it has, even though this is not their home world, this world, Tavat, is amazing. It has so many amazing characters, and the bonds that we're making along the way in our journey, we're doing stuff that we're having characters evolve past what they usually have been. Like, Zhao is opening up more. What's another character that has changed a lot? Farina. A lot of people in Fontaine, Liyue, a lot of characters have gone through character arcs, and they have definitely grown past what they originally were. and what they've been for years. Especially ones that have lived a long life. And it's partially because of us. Despite this game being a gacha and everything else and the memes of this game has a very rich story, even with some of it, of course, not being accessible anymore, being events. The story just keeps getting better and better. From Sumeru, like, Mondstadt to Inazuma, the story has gone up, but it really hit some really good points in Sumeru and in Fontaine. Like, people freaking cried, and character stories also are starting to hit. Like like Shinyun's. Shinyun's freaking hit me really hard because it just showed that whatever our sibling is thinking, they're on the wrong path. And they said that we would understand. I still don't understand what the hell they're thinking. Happy Lantern Rite. I believe that's all of the interactions. I don't think I missed any. I will say I'm going to get myself in position for the next day. Because I am... Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. Again, if I missed anything, I'll link stuff in the description, but it's time for the next day. Or the next, yeah, technically the next day. Try not to sneeze right now.
Also planning on spending some time in Xiaoying Village? We didn't have anything else to do today, right? Why don't we go have a look around? Maybe we'll run into her.
Also, I was wrong. Hu Tao does have a, I forgot, Hu Tao does have a speaking line. Also, I went to the wrong village. I thought it was the other village. I don't think this one has any hidden, locations. If it does, I might miss them. Let me actually check real fast on something. Before I head back there, I'm gonna check on people's locations here, see if they're still around. Yeah, they do stick around. Okay, I was worried that they were gonna disappear. Also, they need to make a, another teleport point up here. They're gonna disappear, of course, after today, once I'm done here. Because today's the last day.
The mountain air is so refreshing! It makes Paimon feel like she could float around all day and never get tired! Cream! Gummies! Fuel fruit!
What the hell?
Huh? Did you hear that? Sunshine! Blue skies! Good vibes!
Is that... I'm kind of trying to pinpoint the voice, and I have one in mind, and I might be wrong, but I swear that's Navia.
Right? So Paimon wasn't just Well, we've got the time. Why don't we go check it out?
Okay, let's go see what's up. You and Paimon make your way up the mountain in search of the source of the shouting. As far as you can make out, it's almonds this and coconut paste that. Sounds delicious, that's for sure. A lively voice invigorates your steps and you ascend the mountain in no time. Oh yeah, I haven't done Navia's story quest yet. I need to do that. I need to do that, Risley's, and Nervalette's still, and Lenny's on stream, because all of those I feel like are going to be important at some point. Especially Navia's. Navia's is a really good one, from what I heard. Especially with one scene, and one scene is very badass. Hey!
Yeah,
Clorinde!
Ah, well, if it isn't my dear partners. See, I told you that something good was going to happen during our travels today. I have to say, sometimes the Steambird's astrology column is spot on.
It's just your lucky day.
Are you guys also here to catch the festivities? Oh, and that reminds me, Happy Lantern Rite!
Happy Lantern Rite.
Can't wait to have you playable. Same with the knave. And to you.
Happy Lantern Rite to you too! Wait, if you're here for Lantern Rite, then what are you doing on top of this deserted mountain? And that voice we heard, that was you, right, Navia?
Oh, impressive. You could tell it was me from that far away. You've got good ears.
That or your voice is just really loud.
That's good.
Well, of course it is. After all, I'm a boss.
Indeed.
You are.
I suppose it's an asset.
Sure is! Having a loud voice is a handy tool when it comes to communication. Wait. That wasn't even Paimon's point. Paimon just wants to know why you two were shouting from the top of this deserted mountain. There was something about almonds, maybe? And buell fruit? Ooh, is it some sort of secret code?
No, it's not a code. The words are meaningless.
Perhaps, but the act of shouting was very meaningful indeed. That's just what mountain climbers do, right? After all the hard work it takes to make it to the top, as you stand on the summit looking out at the vast scenery, it's not easy to resist the urge to release those emotions.
I see. So it's not what you were shouting that matters, but the act of shouting itself.
Exactly. You get me, partner. I was afraid that it would cause a disturbance, so I asked the locals around here, and they said it was fine. Apparently most hikers like to shout when they get to the top, so the locals are used to it by now.
So, I know she called us partners during the Archon quests, but I feel like it's more meaningful of her saying partners because, if you did her story quest, because she calls you that all the way through that.
So, you see, it's not just me. I guess everyone shouts from the top of a mountain at some point in their life.
Speak for yourself.
When you're stressed, don't you ever just get the urge to do something for no reason?
Not really. If I ever get stressed, I just go hunting.
Oh, that's a pretty good way to relieve stress.
What I choose to hunt depends on my mood.
Oh boy.
Anyway, why don't you two give it a try? Shout anything you want. It's a real stress reliever.
I'm very curious of when we get to her character story, and there's no shit we're going to get that, and the knaves. I definitely am curious when we get to see more of Clorinde, because I want to see her personality grow, evolve.
As long
And I prefer to keep things bottled up. Oh my god. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That caught me off guard. What the hell? Why? I guess it makes sense for the traveler, but why? Like, that makes way too much sense. Considering a lot of the stuff they actually haven't shared with a lot of the people they trust, though. Even though they trust them, they haven't shared everything.
Oh, I bet you guys are just too embarrassed to let loose. No need to be shy. Even Farina was shouting from the top of this mountain earlier.
Wait, Farina's here. Farina's here? Who?
Huh? Did Paimon hear that right? Farina's also here? In Chaoying Village?
Believe in your ears. It is indeed as you heard. Actually, the reason we climbed this mountain in the first place was also because we heard the sound of shouting.
Okay, we need this. I want to see Clorinde interact with Shenhe one day. I don't know when. Maybe next year Lantern Rite, or even like Windbloom or something. I want to see them interact. Just for the pure, like, back and forth would be interesting.
Yes, we could just about make out someone yelling things like, "Help me!" and "What should I do?" So we hurried up here to check it out. And what do you know? Miss Farina was standing right there, all red in the face. She practically sprinted back down the mountain the minute she saw us.
Ah, that reminds me. I believe what she actually said was, "So help me, I will figure out what I should do about this script."
So, you could actually hear what she was saying? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought someone was really in trouble.
I figured we would come check out the situation either way. Why not let her keep some privacy?
Oh, seems like you caught Farina in the middle of some stress relief as well.
She's doing a shoot here?
She probably would have never thought. No, she definitely would have never thought she would run into anyone she knew all the way out here.
Was she alone?
I think so. We ran into Nervalet on the way here as well, but he was already on his way back, so they probably weren't together.
What? Nervalet was here too?
So many people from Fontaine. Also, still very curious on that. On something. Get that in a minute.
What was he doing here? It couldn't have been for vacation.
I think it just might have been, actually. But apparently he only stayed for half a day before heading back. He's a very busy man.
Neuvillette is not the type to take much time off. Taking even a half day for himself is already a huge step in the right direction.
Also, how many of the characters we know, how many of the main characters we know that he's the Hydro Dragon?
Didn't Charlotte publish an article on the Liyue tea industry recently? Maybe he was inspired to come buy some tea after reading that article. You know, just like you were.
My situation is completely different. I'm here because I was asked to accompany you. The tea purchase is simply an added bonus of this location.
You Fontanians and your tea drinking.
Oh, it's not for me. I lost a bet with Ridesley, and now I have to buy him something.
Okay. That's good. Made a bet. Seems like a fitting gift.
It was just a spur-of-the-moment sort of bet.
Oh boy.
Ridesley gets really invested in that sort of thing, but he couldn't care less about what he wins in the end. You could give him mint plants that you plucked from the side of the road, and he wouldn't even mind.
If only he was that easygoing when it came to talking business. In any case, I'm pretty sure the tea you bought is this region's specialty. What is it called again? Nervalet even mentioned it earlier.
Buy 10 boxes, get half off.
Yes, that's the one.
You didn't really buy 10 boxes, did you?
Please. Do I look like someone who would fall for that sort of marketing trap?
That reminds me. You guys said you only came up here because you heard my voice, right? I hope it didn't put you out. You must have had other plans for the day.
Oh, that's right. Hu Tao! A few days ago, we heard that a friend was going to be in Qiaoying Village, so we decided to come and see if we could run into her.
Oh dear. We've been chatting for quite some time. I'm sorry for keeping you.
No harm done, partner.
That's good.
We should probably head out and look for Hu Tao.
No need to stay on our account. We just got up here, so we're gonna stay around for a little longer.
Go and meet your friend. We can meet up in Qiaoying Village later.
Sounds reasonable to me. Also, I'm guessing they took a boat here, considering it's literally at the port next to Fontaine.
Sounds good. We're gonna head down the mountain then. See you later!
Liyue is huge now with this new section.
What do I have to do to get you to yell from the top of this mountain? Name your price.
You really want to hear it that bad, huh?
Oh boy.
I'm just curious is all. I have a feeling you'll say something amazing.
I will pass. I prefer to let actions speak louder than words.
I honestly love the color contrast they got going between them. It's really nice. Also, wouldn't that mean Ga-ming's father's back in town? That's no, that's Farina. And Zhongli.
Qiaoying Village is known for its tea, but you know what else they have with tea? That's right, dim sum! Didn't Ga-ming say something about dim sum being eaten in the morning? Oh, Paimon wonders if we can still get some at this time of day.
Afternoon tea might be more appropriate at this point.
Oh, well that's fine too. Paimon doesn't care what kind of tea it is as long as it comes with some tasty snacks. Now, let's see what kind of yummy things we can find around here. Paimon's not seeing things, is she? Is that Farina standing between Zhongli and Hu Tao?
Just based on the hat, I said so.
Wonder what they're talking about. Zhongli knows a lot of stuff. Maybe he's telling Farina about Qiaoying Village. Oh, or maybe Hu Tao is trying to rope Farina into being one of her clients.
I would not be surprised. Wanna make a bet?
Hey, this isn't the Fortress of Meropide.
Oh boy.
But Paimon could be convinced for the right price. Let's say loser buys the winner 3 huge bowls of seafood kanji. Since Zhongli is there, Paimon bets things are pretty tame. It's decided then. Paimon votes for tour guide Zhongli.
I vote for Hustler Hu Tao.
Alright, no time to waste. Let's go see who's right. Good afternoon, Hu Tao, Zhongli, and Farina! Oh great, now Paimon's shouting too.
Did she actually spook Hu Tao there? Also, the way she popped in above Zhongli was such kind of funny.
Oh, well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Seems like our luck just keeps on growing.
That we were able to meet you both without prior arrangement must mean that this is quite the serendipitous meeting indeed.
Huh? Oh, so both of you are acquainted with the Traveler and Paimon then?
Well, yeah. We've literally went the long way to get the Fontaine, so of course we went through Liyue. I have keenly felt the passage of time since our last meeting. So many chums all in one place.
I'm pretty sure you didn't learn that one from me. I must admit, I am a bit surprised to see you here, traveler.
I should have said that first one. I should have said that first line.
But seeing as you're a hero who's been all over to that, it makes sense that you would be well-traveled and well-connected. Since we have found ourselves in each other's company within this fertile land, allow me to take this opportunity to wish you a happy Lantern Rite.
Also, like, oh yeah, that shoot that we did. I wonder how many people actually know Zhongli's Rex. I know Nervalette, I guarantee Nervalette knows. No disguise isn't gonna fool him. Happy Lantern Rite.
It appears you have been to Fontaine, then.
Well, yeah.
Given your proclivity to spread good deeds wherever you go, it's no surprise that you would make the acquaintance of a celebrity as illustrious and celebrated as Miss Farina.
That's quite high praise. What I mean to say is, you flatter me, Mr. Zhongli. Although I've built up a certain following within Fontaine, it is no reflection of strength or wisdom.
Okay, even though Nervalette is not really fond of the Seven, I will say his grudge against them should be mixed, if anything. Some of it is not warranted. This is mainly in his voice lines. This is why I'm bringing it up. Because he should not have any issue. Well, no, he doesn't have any issue with Nahida. I can understand. Venti, I can understand. Zhongli, kinda. Nahida, I don't think he has any issues with, for obvious reasons. But I feel like if Farina makes friends with Zhongli, Venti, which I kind of want to see that happen, especially with and of Nahida, of course, I feel like he should not have issues talking with them, even though he has his own problem with the Seven, and maybe even the Pyro Archon, which we will get that later this year, which is crazy to think about. I feel like if Farina slowly... The Teresa is the only one I can see him having a real problem with. If Farina starts making friends with these Archons, then Nervalette can't really do anything with them, because he wants the best for Farina. So, if Farina makes friends with them, he should drop his grudge against them.
I stand before you right now as nothing more than an ordinary traveler in search of beautiful scenery and creative inspiration. There is definitely more to Mr. Zhongli than meets the eye. I could tell as much from our conversation earlier.
Well, yeah. Wow, even though she wasn't the proper Archon, her sensibility to that stuff is actually on par with her counterpart.
Given his breadth of knowledge on both academic and worldly matters, there's no way he hasn't heard about what happened in Fontaine. Is he just feigning ignorance for my benefit?
Oh, right, Zhongli should know what happened. The Seven should know what happened in Fontaine, right? And other important characters. Especially anyone that was... Especially Sumeru people and Liyue people should know what happened in Fontaine. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he is doing that. That makes a lot of sense.
No. Yeah. You're no common tourist. I simply won't have you talk about yourself that way.
Oh, does that mean Hu Tao also knows?
No.
You may not have heard, friends, but...
Miss Hu Tao.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients.
Does she know? Wait, does she suspect? Wait, does that mean that Farina roughly gets that Zhongli is more than he thinks than the average guy? Like, she probably either thinks he's an Adeptus or something. She probably doesn't know he's the Archon, but she probably thinks he's the Adeptus, and that's probably why she's guessing he knows what happened in Fontaine, which probably he does know because he's Zhongli. How? Also, I guess that makes sense because Farina did have that thought at a time. Did you hear that, Paimon? She's Hu Tao's esteemed client.
Okay, you win. Guess Paimon will have to break into the hidden stash at the bottom of her shoe.
Huh? What's this about winning something?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. She has a hidden stash in the bottom of her shoe? Why?
Don't tell me. You two were placing bets on us?
It was Paimon's idea.
We just saw you guys standing on the side of the road and couldn't help but take guesses as to what you were talking about.
Oh, I see. That means you, my friend, must have guessed that I was trying to promote my business to Miss Farina.
I feel like if Hu Tao was here, this conversation would get serious real quickly.
That I do, my friend. What was Paimon's guess then?
Paimon thought Zhongli was showing the newbie around.
By newbie, you mean me, right?
If that's the case, then Paimon's guess was also correct.
Oh, that's right. Mr. Zhongli was telling me about some great sightseeing spots in the area.
How?
You see? Paimon was right too!
I wonder how often Zhongli actually's been in the Qinyun Vale.
Since both of our guesses were right, there can't be a winner or a loser.
Fine, keep your secret stash then.
Hey, don't be upset, Traveler. How about this? You buy Paimon a bowl, and Paimon will also buy you a bowl. As for the third bowl...
Since I was the subject of the bet, perhaps it should go to me? You know, as a congratulations for the huge deal I just struck.
I'll buy you a bowl anytime you want. Also, why? Why are you a client, Farina?
I was just joking. Anyway, I should be the one treating you. The funeral parlor is about to bring in quite the sum after all.
How?
Oh, Paimon almost forgot to ask about the most important question. Did, something happen recently, Farina?
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, you know, with you enlisting the services of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor and all.
Oh, well, yes.
Really? Oh no. Paimon is so sorry for your loss. Although Paimon may have not known the person, please accept Paimon's deepest...
Whoa, it's not like that, Paimon.
Huh? But Paimon just thought, since you hired the services of a funeral parlor and all... Hey, it's not that big of a stretch.
Really, Paimon? It's not like you don't know me. Do I look like I know anyone who would ask me to coordinate their funeral? Miss Hu Tao is simply helping prepare some props for my film.
I can think of one. Maybe a few.
Not too long ago, I read a collection of horror stories from Liyue. The content was spectacular. In fact, I still feel the need to sleep with the light on even now. Anyway, that's not the point. Now that Fontaine's biggest star has returned to the stage, I figured it's about time the industry enjoyed a breath of fresh air.
You might even call it a breath of fresh air? I don't even know what he was going for. I'm just gonna keep going.
Hey, that's pretty good. I'll have to remember that for my ad posters.
Oh, Paimon sees. That makes a lot of sense. So, did you come to Liyue just to enlist the services of Longsheng Funeral Parlor?
Well, not exactly. My original plan was to just relax and enjoy the sights. But then I ran into Miss Hu Tao and Mr. Zhongli, and well, you know the rest. I suppose it was meant to be.
It was a fated meeting indeed.
Oh boy.
Zhongli sure loves his lofty turns of phrase. But if you ask me, it's all thanks to that man who stopped to ask for directions.
Oh? Who was it?
It's someone you know. Wanna take a guess?
It was Nervalette, wasn't it?
What? How did you guess that on your first try?
Very impressive, my friend. Your guessing game is spot on today.
I wonder what would have happened if I said, let me think. You tell everyone about your encounter with Navia and Clorinde at the top of the mountain. One look at the pitiful expression on Furina's face is enough to convince you to leave out the part about the shouting.
Huh. Paimon never thought Nervalette would be the type to get lost.
I'm sure he didn't get lost. Even I was able to find my way to this place without any trouble.
I feel like he was scouting out Liyue. And if that's the case, I'm concerned.
He was already getting ready to leave by the time I arrived. He just wanted to ask someone about the quickest way to get back to Fontaine.
What's gonna happen in Windbloom? Who in Fontaine is gonna visit during Windbloom?
Yup, that's exactly what he asked. This area is full of mountains and rivers. It's normal to not know the fastest route.
For him, though, swimming would probably be the fastest route of them all. Yeah, knowing him. Why do I have a bad feeling about him scouting out Liyue like this?
So, were you the one that pointed him in the right direction, Hu Tao?
Of course. I'm also a guide of sorts, you know. So naturally, I also have a great sense of direction.
Her character story is
But
interesting.
speaking of your friend...
What about him?
He doesn't get out much, does he?
No, he doesn't. He's stuck. He's busy a lot.
No wonder. He was stiff as a board and way too polite. I would have never guessed he was here on vacation if you hadn't told me.
All in all, he was only here for half a day. I'm pretty sure he is the only one who would consider that to be a vacation.
Oh? This gentleman you speak of must keep a demanding schedule.
No, you know who he is.
I'm sure he does. You didn't see him, but he was dressed like he was about to attend some important meeting. It wasn't anything like what someone would wear on vacation.
Is that so?
Wait, you didn't see him, Zhongli?
Unfortunately, no. At the time, it appeared as if Director Hu and Miss Furina were having quite the productive conversation. I know matters of business can take much discussion, so I decided to fetch some tea for them.
What a shame. That gentleman seemed like a sophisticated sort of guy. I actually think you two would have hit it off.
Is that so?
Him looking away like that kinda tells you the whole damn story there. He knows he purposely avoided Nervalette. Because they would have had an interesting conversation. Well, Nervalette wouldn't do anything in front of Furina. But they would have had a professional conversation. What's interesting is that, okay, if you get Nervalette and Zhongli and, keep putting them in the party next to each other, they straight up have a full-on conversation, basically. About taking a walk. And I'm like, okay, so they might actually be chummy. And then if you look at Nervalette's voice lines, that's a whole different matter entirely. I need to see these two interact. It would be so interesting just to see where it would go. I don't know why. I don't know who's stronger naturally between the two, but I don't think Zhongli should be scared of him. But I would see why they would disagree on things. Maybe Neverlet might actually be stronger because Neverlet has all his powers back, but I am very curious of how a conversation between these two would go. Especially with the context we know. Judging by how Zhongli is acting and taking into consideration Neverlet's true identity, could Zhongli have been avoiding him on purpose? I want to see them interact so bad, just to see what would happen. I don't think a fight would break out, because other people would be around, plus us. So I want to see what would happen, though. Like, what would be the conversation? Because honestly, with Zhongli, the way he is now, I feel like Neverlet should not have an issue with him. Sure, if it was the Zhongli of 500 years ago, even though we know roughly enough about Zhongli now, and his past, he didn't seem like a spiteful person. He always seemed kind, despite the whole thing with him striking down the ocean things. Oh, I forgot what they're called. Osile. Despite that, I don't think him and Neverlet should have really any issues, because they honestly don't. With how Zhongli is, he doesn't seem like a person that Neverlet should have an issue with. I can understand if he does have an issue with him, because he didn't do anything. Plus, he did to be fair, that his dragon went insane, but he did lock him up and everything, so I can both understand why the conversation would go south, but I can see them like coming to common ground on stuff and not end up Neverlet not trying to kill him. Oh, I see. He looked at us. Oh, I see. It is what it is. It's truly a pity.
To borrow Miss Farina's turn of phrase, perhaps it just wasn't meant to be.
Well, with the Traveler around, I'm sure you'll have a chance to get to know each other at some point.
And there goes your line. It will probably happen at some point. I don't know when. And I'm excited for whenever it does. And I hope it does. But for now, we just have to wait. Especially with Farina now being acquainted with him and us, it can happen.
That's right. He's got more friends than he knows what to do with.
And sadly, I have more knowledge than Paimon, because there's stuff I know that Paimon doesn't. I have a certain charm about me. I'm good with people.
Well, that's certainly true. Oh, that reminds me. If you get the chance, you should try and talk to Neverlet into loosening up a bit. Just tell him the Palais Mermonia isn't going to fall apart if he disappears for a few days. He shouldn't keep himself cooped up all the time.
I feel like Farina would be besides us, Farina would definitely be the proper bridge to Nervalet trying to not technically reconcile or anything like that, but I don't know, get along with the Archons, because you shouldn't fully blame the Archons for how things are, because some of them are not the same Archons. I believe Natlin's is also a different one than the original Archon, and Shesnaya's as well, but Shesnaya, that's gonna be, Teresa is a different situation altogether. She's leader of Fatui, so, Also, there's a rumor that the Archon for Pyro is even though it's not gonna be called Himiko, it's gonna be Honkai Impact's Himiko's, like, second name, like her last name or something. If that's true, and I swear to God, if it's a woman with long red hair, I'm gonna lose my mind, because that's now 3 characters with a Himiko. 3 games on Hoyoverse that is gonna have a Himiko. I'm not gonna complain, but it'll be funny.
Even clams open their shells to let in fresh water every once in a while, right? If he's really that much of a stickler for protocol, he can fill out a leave of absence request. He'd have to approve it himself, since he handles that sort of thing now, but you know what I mean.
It does make sense.
Seems like this gentleman is also in charge of something pretty important.
He's in charge of all of Fontaine at this point. He's the fair and impartial Ludix of Fontaine, head of the highest court in the land. Otherwise known as the demon who controls all the paperwork in Fontaine.
Hey, sounds like a pretty uptight sort of guy, all right. In my experience, a leader needs to be able to roll with the punches. That also includes knowing when and what to prioritize.
Jolly.
It seems like your friend still has a lot of growing to do.
If I remember correctly, he's already several thousands of years old.
I mean, yep. I mean, yeah. Doesn't mean he can't grow, though. He can't grow past what he's used to. Look at Zhao. Look at Zhongli. Look at Venti. Well, Venti has probably always been like that. Look at Raiden A. Look at, I don't know, look at the Adepti. And look at yourself.
You're quite right, Miss Hutao.
Hey, look who it is in the background.
Oh? Traveler, Miss Farina. Those 2 individuals over there appear to recognize you.
Oh, it's Navia and Clorand. Hey, over here!
Oh, wave. This is already very, very
all
interesting.
Chatting over here, and we're wondering if we could join in.
This whole everything with Fontaine and Liyue meeting up like this is very, very interesting.
Please, excuse the interruption.
Oh, so polite. No apologies necessary. Any friend of the Traveler and Miss Farina is a friend of mine.
Oh boy.
Ah, straight to the point. I like it.
I mean, not to make this joke sound harsh, but technically Navia could enlist her services, but it would be hard to do that because there's no bodies. If you played the Archon quest, you would understand what I meant. Everyone circles around you and begins to introduce themselves. Hutao's eyes light up when she hears about Clorin's profession. Oh, right, the duelist shit, because if you, it's a duel to the death. Oh no, oh no. But A quick explanation from Farina and Navia seems to dispel some of her more misguided ideas. Thank God! Because, that rule will probably change now that Nervalet's in charge.
It's getting late. If we want to catch a boat back before dark, we should probably get going.
Or more in charge.
Indeed. Then, Miss Farina.
Oh, yes?
When are you planning to head back? Do you need us to escort you?
Oh, I don't think that will be necessary.
Also, Chlorinde and Navia hanging around more, or hanging out together more, is amazing and great. They're literally like sisters.
I mean, you're not my subordinate anymore. You don't need to look after me.
I didn't mean it that way. It's normal for friends to travel home together if they run into each other on the road.
Aww.
There are a lot of mountainous roads in this area. I imagine they'll be even harder to navigate after dark.
Aww.
Exactly. Just like in those ghost stories.
Oh no.
8 paths converge in a wood. Beside them an old house is stood. If you dare to go inside, not a soul will greet your eye. But if you take a closer look, there may be something you mistook. A candle flickers to and fro, yet there is no wind to make it so. What is its secret? What could it mean? In this wood, where mystery screams. Ooh.
Okay.
My dear demoiselles, ladies, no, I mean friends, please take me with you.
Of course.
Farina. Let me actually check something. What is this? Okay, so this video literally is just the Fujin thing. It is. I don't think there's going to be hidden locations, but I may be wrong. And this video doesn't have any hidden locations for day 4, so...
Gotta say, Farina, you are really quite the character. By the way, did I hear you mention that Chlorinde used to work under you? Then you must have also been a leader at some point.
Kinda.
Well, that's, all in the past now. Besides, being a leader is hard. It wasn't the right job for me. I prefer how things are now. I can come and go as I please, and get to enjoy the sweet taste of freedom.
I see.
Aww.
Well, you've certainly picked an apt place to relax. Chaoying Village is an exemplary choice.
Zhongli, I think, knows who she was in the past. Well, have you all had a good time?
Only the best. And I've learned a lot, too. Thank you so much, Miss Hu Tao and Mr. Zhongli.
It's fine. You've thanked us more than enough already. The next time you're in this neck of the woods, I'll treat you to some dim sum in the city.
Dim sum. Is that some kind of Liyue term for snacks or desserts?
They are a part of it. It's basically a table full of as much tea, sweets, and good company as you can manage.
Oh, so it's basically a tea party! Sounds great!
Make sure to order the winter melon cake and the lotus flower crisp. They're so sweet and delicious, Paimon knows you'll love them.
Ooh, okay. I'll be looking forward to it then.
Wait, but didn't you guys say you were here on vacation? How come you're all going home empty-handed?
Seeing Farina being so open and like this after the Archon quest is so nice. You're not bringing home any souvenirs?
Of course I am. I bought tons of fun things to bring home with me. A kite, a parasol, a little tin frog that jumps. Oh, and a stuffed toy of a mythical beast.
Oh?
Chlorand is the one who didn't buy anything for herself.
So, all you're bringing back with you is that tea?
And some tea-flavored hard candies. They're for Sigewin.
Huh.
Chlorand isn't much of a shopaholic.
Well, one of us has to practice restraint.
Hey, I'm hardly reckless with my Mora. I'll have you know, all the purchases I made today were well within my budget.
What about you, Farina?
Me? Oh, well, I bought some tea, of course. I just had to try all the varieties recommended in the Steambird. Other than that, just some bits and bobs, you know. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. They should all be things I can use, I think.
So you fell for a few marketing traps then. Sounds familiar?
Now Paimon's even more confused. If you bought that much stuff, where did it all go? Into one of Linny's magic packets?
Oh, actually...
Monsieur Neuvillette took them with him.
Oh, so that's what happened.
Huh?
Wait, what? Why did he take them? He's not hoarding treasure, is he?
That's quite the imagination you've got there, Paimon. Monsieur Neuvillette just saw the amount of bags we had and offered to take them back for us. I felt a bit bad at first, but, I really did have a lot of stuff.
He even offered to deliver my gifts to the Fortress of Meripede for me once he's done with the day's work. Neuvillette is a man of his word. If he says he can do something, then he means it.
See, even Chlorand was happy to take him up on his offer. If even his trusty subordinate agreed, then who was I to refuse?
Wow, he seems like a real gentleman. Maybe he's not as uptight as I thought. If only the funeral parlor had an employee as thoughtful, proactive, and responsible as him. Right, Zhongli?
Indeed.
Chlorand said Neuvillette offered to deliver her gifts to Risley. So if we go to the entrance of the Fortress of Meripede, maybe we'll run into Neuvillette. But we don't know exactly when he'll show up.
That's really funny. I guess Zhongli does step away a lot, so I'm not surprised she said that. But that's great. That was really funny.
Oh, that reminds me. A new year of work is about to begin. If there's anything you want to talk about, Zhongli, you know you can come to me. I'm all ears.
Does the director have any concerns?
It just seemed like you were a bit preoccupied today, and much less talkative than usual. He barely said anything other than, "Is that so?" and "Indeed." If you ask me, I'd say you're having a midlife crisis. You're getting to be around that age after all.
Is that so?
Ugh.
I jest. Given its distance from the city, Chaoying Village enjoys a much slower pace of life. Surrounded by such peace and tranquility, I also seem to have developed a proclivity for inactivity.
bullshit. We all know why you're like this right now. Never let.
I apologize for making you worry.
I see. What do you think, Traveler? Is this atmosphere putting you in a lazy mood too?
Out of mind, out of sight. Different worlds should not collide. I like how both of these are technically, like I said, referring to him avoiding Nervalette.
Wow, you are getting really good at these kinds of lines.
Indeed.
Oh, that reminds me, if there's anything you want...
Does the director...
It just seemed like you, if you ask me...
Is that... Given its distance, surrounded by... I apologize for...
I'm seeing something.
What do you think, Traveler? Is this atmosphere putting you in a... Wow, you are getting real...
Indeed.
Okay, never mind.
Well, everyone, make sure that you've got all your belongings with you before we leave. If there's any souvenirs anyone still wants to buy, the time is now.
Reliable as ever, Miss President.
What is that supposed to mean?
Chlorand is right, though. You really are reliable.
It's not what she's saying, it's the way she's saying it.
I will say, but I never thought you'd be so easygoing outside of work, Chlorand. The tone of voice you use when you're working doesn't exactly make you seem like the type who enjoys interacting with people.
Well, I try to keep my professional and private life separate. That includes my behavior.
You take care now, Traveler. Paimon.
Don't worry, your partner is very strong.
Trying to act cool now, are we? Well, I guess it's not an act for you, is it?
You are indeed quite strong.
It's been great talking to you all. I'm really glad I decided to come to Chaoying Village. Maybe we could go on another trip together sometime?
Maybe Windbloom? We'll have to see. It's rumored that a Dane quest is next update. So maybe not Windbloom next version? Well, no, Windbloom will probably still have the next version. Wait, do I have enough sigils? I don't think I do, because I haven't been in Fontaine that much. I do not. Let me make this faster. Friggin' was Zhongli afraid for his goddamn life there? Like, I'm very interested now on why he avoided Nervalette. And why Nervalette was in Fontaine. Was he there because he was scouting, he was looking for Zhongli? Or what? I don't think we'll get a straight answer.
Look! It's Nervalette! We lucked out!
Oh, it's you. It has been some time since our last meeting.
Thank you! Jeez. Trying to stop the sneeze and just letting it out. Sorry about that. I apologize for that. That came out of nowhere. And, yeah. It just came out.
Few people frequent this location. Since I was able to conclude my work early for the day, I thought I might take a walk and avail myself of this area's peace and quiet.
You call this early? Do you always work this late, Nervalette?
Strictly speaking, that depends on the agenda for the day. I am hardly bereft of time, however, so working late is of little consequence to me.
Really? If you have so much time on your hands, then why did you only go to Chaoying Village for half a day?
First, I should clarify that I was referring to my lifespan, rather than the time at my disposal on any given day. Second, I was unaware you possessed knowledge of my trip to Chaoying Village.
His lifespan? Jesus.
I see. Thank you for informing me.
Jesus, his lifespan. So did you deliver the gifts?
Yes, they have been safely delivered.
I have to hand it to Clorant. Just a simple gift delivery, and she has the great and mighty Udex at her beck and call.
I was just passing through. It was merely an act of convenience.
All right. Then I hereby confirm receipt of the goods on behalf of the staff of the Fortress of Meripede.
A verbal receipt of confirmation? Is such a formality really necessary for a small matter such as this?
Guess not. This quantity of tea, though, seems a little excessive for a gift, don't you think? Before you know it, they'll start accusing me of taking bribes.
About that. Much of that is my own excess, I'm afraid.
Oh? Why? What happened?
It was buy 10 boxes, get half off.
Oh my god, Neverlet fell for it too? God damn it. Why is the great deities of this world falling for that shit?
Ah, that explains it then. Well, go ahead and leave them to me. I'll get through this stash as fast as I can.
Oh boy. Also, how big are these damn boxes?
You have my thanks. Oh, there's something else I'd like to give to you.
This is a stone slate, engraved with a symbolic design.
While that is an apt description, it is in actuality a legal codex.
A legal codex, huh?
Before the advent of modern writing utensils, information was recorded on stone slabs such as this. The law was no different.
Okay.
Since ancient times, the scales of justice have symbolized the fairness and impartiality of judiciousness. As a tribute to that sentiment, this slate was designed after a traditional legal codex and engraved with a symbol instead of text. During my travels recently, I chanced upon a roadside stall offering tourists the opportunity to try their hand at the ceramic arts, so I decided to have a go. We joked with Cloran some time ago about gifting you a legal codex. So, here you go.
So that's what this is about.
I did not expect you to remember it as well. In any case, I hope this can be considered as a reasonable attempt to join in on the banter.
It is a very good attempt. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Even your sense of humor centers around the law. That's an impressive level of commitment. A gift of this significance deserves to be put on display, and I know just the place. Front and center in the fortress's showroom.
Surely there's no need for such a grand gesture.
Oh god.
Just kidding. I don't have anything like a showroom. But we do have a storage room. We can put it next to all the mechanical parts Sijuin has collected.
That sounds good to me.
He's not a good drawer, is he?
So that's what you were doing in Chaoying Village.
Indeed. Of course, while I was there, I also took the opportunity to taste the local spring water. The aftertaste is much purer than what I have delivered to me in Fontaine. It stands to reason that the long-distance transport has a tendency to imbue the water with extraneous emotion. If you want to experience the true flavor, you simply have to go to the source. Perhaps I should organize some time off to do the same elsewhere.
Sorry about that. What, you gonna try it with Mondstadt, maybe? Or Inazuma? As I say in Liyue, a balance between work and play is sure to keep your troubles at bay.
Then we are of the same mind. It appears my desire is justified.
If you say so, but you know you don't have to justify a vacation, right? You can just take one. After all, you're hardly bereft of time. You can do whatever you want.
You're quite right. I suppose I suffer not from a lack of opportunity, but rather a lack of inspiration. However, after reading a few articles about Liyue's holiday traditions, the idea popped into my head and made itself quite at home. Seeing as I was free of responsibilities for the morning, I decided to depart at once.
Oh, you wanted to participate in Lantern Rite? Are you gonna participate in Windbloom? Oh god. That'll be interesting to see Venti interact with him. I swear, if Nervalette shows up in Windbloom, I'm gonna laugh.
Refreshing. My spontaneous outing seemed to inspire quite a few other spontaneous decisions as well. Take, for example, my foray into ceramics. At first, soil from the ground is granular and unforgiving, but add the right amount of water, and it becomes soft, moldable, and able to take shape.
I will say what's interesting about this is, okay, I was wrong about the whole, him looking for Zhongli thing.
In the past, I never thought about how quotidian vessels were crafted. But now, I have participated in their very making. This is also something I made today.
Oh, that's cute. It looks like a Pokemon. Also, it looks like a Dendro Dragon. Or not Dendro. Hydro Dragon. That's very cute. What a big ladle?
That's a ladle? Paimon thought it was supposed to be some long-necked sea creature.
Both.
That was indeed one of my inspirations.
The color also really matches your style. It's amazing.
Really? You like it? To tell you the truth, given your unexpected arrival, I find myself quite unequipped to give you the welcome you deserve.
His reaction is actually kind of funny. And unexpected.
Around such an important holiday such as this, human custom would dictate that gifts should be in order. But I'm afraid this is all I can offer. If you'll have it, that is.
Can I really keep this? You made it by hand and everything.
That is precisely why it would do me such a great honor if you accepted.
Then I accept. Thank you.
You are most welcome. Happy Lantern Rite.
Oh, that reminds me.
Approve a leave of absence request for myself. That sounds like it could easily lead to a vicious cycle of self-indulgence, something which couldn't be in further violation of protocol. But I suppose I understand her point. My proclivity to refrain from personal outings does, in part, originate from a sense of responsibility toward my duties. But it is also due to a lack of desire to engage in the human world. But now I see that the human world is indeed full of many interesting places to discover.
I could have told you that. I got the lead.
Lantern Rite marks the start of the new year in Liyue. In the spirit of the season, then, I wish you a year of success as vast and endless as the open ocean.
Okay, I doubt Risley's gonna be in the fortress, but I'm gonna check anyway. I'm gonna have a quick check of everything before I wrap up. because we are basically at the end right now. Wait. Oh. Don't know why that automatically tracked. Hang on. There we go. So, just to show this, so after you complete the last Archon quest of Fontaine, the ship is gone. Like, it's completely gone, and I don't know where it went. I don't know where they put the damn thing. After it rose out of the water the way it did. Yep, Risley is not here. I kind of wish it was. I'll start here first. Just checking if everyone's still in their locations. Yep. Looks like I'm right on that. And then go back up here. Are they gone now? I honestly forgot where we were standing. Were we over here? Yeah, they're gone. Hotel and them are gone. So luckily I talked to them while I could. Kinda wish they stuck around though. Ga-ming's still there. Charlotte's right there. Oh, I didn't notice the fireworks go off at night. Where was the other? What was the other location? I can't think of the other characters that were around. Oh, right. I was gonna check here, but I doubt it. Yeah, then Johnny and them are not there. Yeah, that was it for that. That was actually shorter than I thought. Everything's completed. Also, so I will stream this because this actually has some interactions in it, but this will be later in the week. This will be probably near the end of the weekend. Next weekend. Hopefully I can pull him. Yeah. That has been Lantern Rite. That has been Lantern Rite. Around 6 hours. Been a while since I've done a stream this long. I have no idea how many parts the Miles Morales is going to be, by the way. I'll have to figure that out as I do it. But yeah. I'm going to wrap it up there. I've done everything I can. Completed the event. Found all the hidden locations, I believe. I don't think there's any more. But yeah, that was nice. And interesting. All those interactions were very interesting. I hope to see more Fontaine characters interact with other holidays. Like, I am curious how Windbloom this year is gonna go. As well as any other event that happens. And it's crazy to think that we're already gonna get Natlan later this year. But yeah, for now, thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you all in the next one. Like, comment, subscribe, follow, all that stuff for Twitch and YouTube if you want to keep up with my streams and videos. Hit that notification on both. Even though I stream sporadically, you can at least still try to catch it. And all that. Again, I hope you enjoyed. This has been Lantern Rite. Happy Lantern Rite. And I'll see you all in the next one. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Once again, that was a very, very nice and awesome Lantern Rite.